I'm glad to welcome you on the third Montelibero Festival, where we meet together, have lectures and discussions about freedom, and I'm happy to start this festival with the first lecture of Sondre, Bjellås, who is one of two founders of Liberstad, the libertarian city in Norway, ambassador of free cities who has been providing voluntarism and freedom for years. And he will speak about voluntarism and Liberstad. Sondre, welcome.
It is also better to shut up for music from another
Yeah.
window.
Hey everyone, welcome. I'm going to be talking about voluntarism, Liberstad, Nostria, and Angor. So I have a lot of slides to go through, but I'm pretty sure we will have enough time to go through it, and I want to have some questions at the end as well. Love getting questions. So my talk today is about adopting voluntarism in everything in your life. The ethical stance of voluntarism in your home, in your community, and even in your financing. And Liberstad was established in 2017 and is built on the principles and philosophy behind voluntarism. And some of the members in Liberstad even registered something called the Voluntarist Association. It's an official life stance in Norway. See, the microphone is a bit. And to summarize what voluntarism is, I mean, the principles behind it, there's a lot of philosophers, I will show some of them, that have shared ideas and come up with this concept about voluntarism. And one of them is obviously self-ownership. It's the non-aggression principle that a lot of us have knows about from before, and also natural rights. So this is Oberon Herbert. He's kind of the founding father of voluntarism. And there's going to be a little bit of AI slop included here. I just love the ability to just make people alive again, people that lived a long time ago. So the first thing I want to mention is that knowing is not understanding. I'll give an example. I've been a vegan for, I think, 13 years now, and I knew about what vegan was and veganism. I knew about it before I became vegan. But knowing about something doesn't mean you understand it, right? I know about communism, but I don't understand the way a communist feel, right? I don't understand what it is to feel like I should get stuff for free, right? So even if we know about it, we don't necessarily understand it. And that's important insight in life for a lot of things. And some of the history behind voluntarism. Oberon Herbert, as I mentioned, wrote a lot about it. You have Lysander Spooner. A lot of you have probably seen a meme with Lysander Spooner with the peace sign, V for voluntarism. And there's also other forefathers behind voluntarism, including someone in China, in France, and elsewhere. So it's not like, am I speaking too loudly, too directly here? So one thing to understand is also that voluntarism is distinct from anarcho-capitalism. It's not the same, but it's very related. The main difference is that anarcho-capitalism demands or mandates that you should have a free market economy connected to your philosophy, while voluntarism doesn't set any restrictions on it. You can have voluntarism in a communist commune, for example, without a problem. But does it mean that these philosophers, thinkers, and authors are correct in everything? Of course not. Me and John, who founded Liberstad together, right, we're building on existing ideas, existing philosophies, and writings of other people. We're not very original. We just adopt what is already out there. And it's important to realize that all of these people that came before and they wrote about, and their ideas evolved in the time they existed, right? It's a bit different. There's a book, it's one of the best books I've ever read. It is The Joys of Living by, I don't remember the name right now, but it was written more than 100 years ago, if it wasn't 200 years ago. And he mentioned like Christianity a bunch in the book, but when you read it, you just realize that it's just because it was written in that time and he had to put it in his book to get published. It's a fantastic book. But Oberon, as an example, he believed that you needed a state to ensure that people protected the rights of the people. Mary Rothbard was an active member in the Libertarian Party in the US, right? So these people, even though they're promoting voluntarism and anarchy and freedom, they have their own flaws. Same applies to me and John and everyone else. So, natural rights, life, liberty, and property. I will admit I haven't read much of John Locke. I don't care too much about him. But I like the idea about his natural rights. But yeah, I understand it and interpret it in my way. Just doing logics and thinking about these things. And the way I explain it is that life comes before anything else, right? Rights, as an example, is just a mental construct that we humans come up with. Life exists even without us thinking about it or whatever, right? It just exists and it comes before anything else. So it's an oxymoron to say that you have a right to life, of course, but we do, we have a right to life. But life, if you take a gazelle or a lion and you put it in a box, right, without air, without water, it will die. So life depends on liberty. You will lose life if you don't have liberty. And property is our bodies. We own our bodies. And what we do with our human action, by acting in the world, we use our life, our liberty, and our property to create other things. Okay? I think most people can agree in that definition. If you go further, there's going to be trouble, always. Because how do you define property? Can you own land, for example? And how much of the land do you own? How much below your land do you own? How much above your land do you own? Right? If I own the land around you, can I build a skyscraper and a roof over your property? That means you don't get air, you don't get water, you don't get sun, and I've enclosed you and you will die. So we know there's some absolute limits here. If I kill you, take your life is gone, right? So we know those things are wrong. But the details are very hard. And that's why we want to have multiple communities, like Montelibero, Liberland, Liberstad, Morazan in Honduras, Prospera. We want to try out different rules, different agreements, so different people can try out these communities and join a community where they agree voluntary to the contracts that exist there. So this is a quote from me talking about voluntarism. And I also often say this, that it's just the ethical position that all human interactions ought to be voluntary. Okay? It's not harder than that. A few years ago, we established something called World Voluntarist Organization, where the idea was to try and organize together different initiatives that is based or founded around voluntarism. And part of the work that this group have done is to create the Voluntarist Covenant, which is something that every member of Liberstad need to sign to be able to become a member of Liberstad. I also know that Montelibero as a collective have also signed this covenant. It's a fairly easy document. It basically just states some of the things I've already mentioned here today. And maybe in the future we will have rallies that look like this. And some years ago I decided that I'm going to stop wearing clothes with logos. I don't want to walk around being like a billboard, advertisement billboard for Adidas or whatever, right? So we should dress up with attention like these people here, right? I have yellow socks on, I'm black today, and I see other people here dressed up properly, and that's very good, because we need to show that we exist in the world through our actions. And eventually, as we've been developing Liberstad, we figured out that there's a lack of community gatherings. There's a lack of joint spiritual experience among volunteerists, because we're all individuals. And a lot of us also spend a lot of time online as well, so there's much less community and collaboration between all of us. So we come up with this idea about creating a church of volunteerism. And there's multiple aspects to this. One of them is obviously that you might get some special rights in the eyes of a state if you're a kind of church and religion. But we want to dedicate the whole city center of Liberstad to the church of volunteerism. If anyone is interested in this, you can check out the URL. We can talk about it later tonight as well. I think this is something that is going to be very interesting going forward. And one of the things I like to say when I'm out walking is that whose responsibility is it? Right? You're walking down the road and you see a piece of trash on the road, or you see something broken, right? What do you think? Do you think, I'm not going to take that up? The city has probably hired someone to pick up trash. It's not my responsibility. But what I realized, like I'm not a young guy anymore, and what you realize eventually that if you don't take it upon yourself to make it your responsibility, you can be damn sure that it's nobody else's either. And this is not just about trash, this is about everything, right? It's about spreading awareness about volunteerism, it's about getting engaged in your community and making a difference in the world. You can't just expect other people to do it. There's a lot of people who work all the time to build these communities, such as Liberland, Liberstad, Montelibero, other things. People are blogging and doing a lot of things. And that requires a lot of dedication, a lot of energy and money. And so I think it's important that we understand this, that we try to dedicate ourselves as much as possible. There's a sign in my cabin in Liberstad that says, "Home is where the heart is," and that's where we need to start, okay? So the first thing is to start adhering to the non-aggression principle in your family. Of course, if you have kids, you realize and you know that there's certain things that parents need to do to make sure that kids are safe. But most of the time, you should try to have a voluntary agreement with your kids, not force them to do too much. Sometimes you need to do it, but yeah, that's where you start. And you start by teaching your family and your kids about volunteerism. And the question is then, how many in your household, in your family, have you been able to convince into volunteerism? If you can't even convince your own family to follow the principles of volunteerism, how can you expect others to change as well? But if you can start with your family, you can extend it to your relatives, your uncles, aunts, and further. And after you adopt it in your family, you can start engaging with the communities as well. Maybe you're living in a location when there's not a lot of libertarian style of people. You might create your own voluntarist meetups, because that's one of the things that is really lacking. Like, how often do you see a voluntarist meetup somewhere? Right? It doesn't happen very often. And another thing is it's super important to surround yourself with like-minded individuals. There's going to be issues in Liberland, Montelibero, and Liberstad and the other places with people who are not like-minded like us. We've already had plenty of people coming to Liberstad. They speak the words of freedom, and deep down, no, not deep down, at least on the top, right? They want to have freedom. But these people grew up in a socialistic state, right? They're completely brainwashed. They're unable to escape the matrix. And nothing we can do can change them, right? Even if they live in Liberstad for a long time, they're not going to get it because they're unable to change. And these people can be dangerous for your community. Because what will happen is that these people will start threatening you that, oh, the laws in Norway or the laws in Montenegro says that dogs should be on a leash. So I want dogs to be on a leash here in Liberstad or in Montelibero. And this is the problem that you face when you surround yourself with people who are statists and doesn't want freedom. And we should grow and become bigger. So get involved with your community. That's my message here. Start promoting it. And it's also super important to start supporting the content creators and other people who are actually working on these ideas. There's a little digression, but I just see it online all the time. You have these arguments between people who are basically have the same opinions, right? You have Jack, who's the voluntarist guy, right? He's now arguing with other people about these details, should you support this country or not, and whatever. And everyone is just sitting there arguing with themselves, instead of being out there, trying to convert people, like a good religious person, go out there and to the people and make them wake up, make them break out of the matrix. Instead, we're just sitting together online, discussing all these minute details that doesn't really matter, right? We're not changing anything when we're doing this. And also, of course, supporting the companies and initiative is super important. And I also say here, give money, right? It's so important that we give money to the content creators, to these different projects. Because if we are not willing to part with our own money for the initiatives that people do regarding voluntarism and these free cities, then what are we gonna end up as, right? You can take the example from the Bible. A lot of Christians, they give a lot of money to the church. And you can see how powerful the church is globally. But the message in the Bible is pretty good. It says that you shouldn't feel obligated to give anything to the church, right? You should feel happy, and it should fill you with joy when you actually share. And that is one of the things I've added into Nostria. I will show you. You can actually gift a premium subscription now. And also the whole Nostr ecosystem is built around SAPs, basically sending Bitcoin to people. And then you also have the thing that understanding something doesn't mean you're adopting it, right? The first time I became vegan, I hadn't fully adopted it. It takes a while, right? I need to stop wearing leather. I need to stop eating this and that, right? And the same thing applies to voluntarism. It takes many, many years to actually fully get yourself rid of the brainwashing, growing up in a socialistic state and going through the public school system. It's not just you wake up one day and, oh, I read Ron Paul, I saw his speak, and yes, I believe in freedom now, right? It takes a lot of time and a lot of talking and a lot of experience that might be painful for you, because you have a lot of values in your life that's going to change, and that change is going to be hard. It's going to take energy. So this is my good friend and co-founder, John Liberstad. He changed his name to that. I had this quote on my presentation as well in the Free Cities conference 2 years ago. If we can agree not to initiate violence against each other, this is a bit older drone footage I haven't shown before. I'll just explain it for new people here. So this is where John is living with his family. This is a guest house we have. This is the old farmhouse. We turned this into 2 apartments, so we have people living here. This is our greenhouse. We're doing some farming. This is our Anarchy Park, where we're gonna have eventually Anarchy A. There's a walk around here now and a flagpole. This is the big concert hall. We stopped developing this when COVID came, because then we couldn't have any parties anymore. This is our, it's called a sawmill, a woodworking shop. This we have moved now because the municipality is not happy about doing too much. So we moved this into individual units. We're going to move them down here. It's going to be like tiny houses. I will show a photo from down here. That's a mechanical shop, and this is Granbouw. And we built a road all around here. So there's a lot of land and opportunities available in Liberstad now for anyone who is willing to come or have a look. This is Mandal River, which is just like 10 minutes walk down from Liberstad. Here's the salmon fishing, and you can go canoeing, and it's just beautiful in the summertime. This is up at Liberstad again, with the lake, small lake we have, and the water running through there. This is from last winter. Doesn't look like this just yet, but as you see, we get plenty of snow. There's plenty of cold up there, and that is one of the reasons why I've moved to Montenegro for the winter times. This is on the top again of Liberstad, where we actually have a heart-shaped lake with a heart-shaped island on it. And that would be fantastic for like wedding ceremonies and other things in the future. This is from last summer, or is it this summer? This summer, in the spring. The utilities came and upgraded some of their electricals. So we got rid of the high voltage line that went over the Anarchy Park. So then we could put up the flagpole, which is beautiful, and we also opened up the sky a lot more. So this is one of the examples where we actually worked together. So this excavator here, the orange one, that's mine. So we helped to work together with them to make it cheaper, both for us and for them. So we're putting the electricity down in the ground instead. This is now a lawn built. And who will build the roads when we're in anarchy cities? Of course, we will build it ourselves. This is Granbaren. It's our stage, restaurant and bar building. This is from the inside. This is already a bit old now, but it's a fantastic place where we meet to socialize. We've set up a projector in the roof here now, so we watch movies together, and there's a bar in the end there. And if you come visiting, right here now, you will see a license plate, my old license plate that says Anarchy on it. When I moved down here, I had to get rid of that. This is the gate building, which was actually funded by the Montelibero Fund. Thank you for that. It gave funding to the Liberstad City Fund, and this is one of the projects that we invested into. This is going to be like a two-story building where we're going to have the emergency care, and it's going to help close off the public area there. And this is the most current project that we're doing right now. That's insulating this tool shop. We have a lot of equipment and things break and we need to fix it. So it's very nice to be able to use that in the winter that is coming now. And this is the winter that has come right now. So this is photos from 2 days ago. But I just want to show you that we have a lot of area available in city center for business development. In terms of the cabin area, I mean, the Liberstad is a massive, it's a 2x2 or 4x4? It's 2x2 kilometers, big. And one of our members purchased the neighboring farm, which is 4x4 kilometers. No, 2x2 as well. So in total, it's 4x4. And we know that there's a farm between Liberstad farm and this other farm that's going to come for sale soon. So hopefully we'll be able to buy that and we'll be able to expand even more. But having a lot of land doesn't help if you don't have people. So that's my message to everyone, to consider moving. And then your social network, Nostria. In May, I started this application called Nostria. I built a Nostr client before many years ago, but There was a lot of changes in the Nostr protocol, and I wanted to do something completely new. If you want to check it out right now, you can open up nostria.app. That's where it's available. I updated the mission statement a while ago. So just read this. Nostria puts control back where it belongs, with you. Build your social network the way you want, keep your profile and data under your control, and share and explore a decentralized space that resists censorship while being quick to join and friendly to use. So that's the mission statement behind Nostria. And I don't have a slide on that, but the main idea behind it was to help Nostr scale. Because the problem today is that you have these centralized relays where everyone is connecting to be able to see each other. But the protocol itself allows people to be able to discover each other, even if you're on like a different data island of different users. So that's the reason why I started with it. And freedom technology, which Nostr is, and Nostria, I know that Liberland, for example, is doing a lot of work in terms of blockchain and utilizing that for various purposes. Here in Montelibero, we're using Stellar blockchain for doing voting, for doing payments, and we have our own social network running on Stellar, BSN, and all these technologies is the thing that's going to set us free. And it's super important that we support these projects. Even if you can't develop yourself, you should at least try it, share it, adopt new people onto it. And of course, if you have some money, you should potentially donate something to the developers, or at least contribute within the within the economy itself by trading and using these tools. And why Nostr? The main reason is that you can't be censored, okay? Freedom of speech. I like to say that freedom, if you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of thought. If you can't think freely, you're not free at all. If you're sitting there and thinking in your mind that you need to restrict your thoughts because I can't write this to anyone, or I can't speak these words out loud, I can't say what I really mean, right? Then you're not really free. And this took a long time for me to sort of come to the conclusion that like speech has to be absolutely free. Just fuck around and find out. That's the only rule, right? If we don't have that, there's always going to come various restrictions, and it's going to come more and more restrictions, and we're going to just accept more and more. And eventually we're just sitting there, everyone in their own room, ordering everything online, not talking together anymore, just talking to AI. That's going to happen soon. So this is Nostria. I have a recording a video here in the corner. You can see it's a web-based application, social media. It has a lot of features already. You can run it, it runs in a web browser, any device, any screen. It will soon be available on Android Play Store. If you want to download the APK directly, you can do that already. It's also going to come on the App Store for Apple devices. So it has a lot of features, like a Nostr is super nice. There's people streaming there, so you can, if you're a streamer, you can stream and you will receive saps. Some of you might have heard about Twitch. Twitch is a super interesting service where people can stream, but you send these points and stuff in the economy there, and you can also send money. But on Nostr, you're basically sending Bitcoin. You're sapping Satoshis, that's what you do. So it has, of course, light mode and dark mode. I don't want to burn your eyes too much, so the rest of the screens are in dark mode. You already saw a bunch of it in the video there. One of the features that is important in a decentralized social media is web of trust. On a centralized social media, it is Facebook, Meta, it's Elon Musk who decides who should come up in your feed, right? He decides who are trustworthy. If you just created an account and posting, you will never be seen. So I've actually reached 100 there now, which is the trust ranking. I don't know what I did, but it's just about engagement. But the thing is that this functionality, right now it is based on the service provider I'm using. But on Nostr, you will be able to generate the web of trust from your perspective. And that's what is important, right? You want to see who you can trust in your circle based on your likes, based on the people you follow, and the interests you have. And I've always thought that this is super powerful and super important in terms of social media. To not have someone else to decide my sphere of trust. Each of us is different, each of us believe different things, and having different facts is possible, right? It's not, everything is not an absolute fact in this world. You can add favorites, you can watch streams, and then we have Thomas here. I was listening to his podcast on the Free Cities podcast when I was driving here today. You can actually, if you have an RSS feed from a podcast, you can just hit the search bar, paste in the URL, and you can start listening to the podcast inside Nostria. This of course works in your car. You can lock your phone and the podcast will continue playing. It remembers your position in the, if you listened to it before, and so forth. And here are some of the content creators I wanted to just promote. In Nostria, if you click search, there's a QR code icon that comes up, which is a camera where you can just scan QR codes. NCAP Air was someone I just onboarded into Nostr. He just came up in my X feed. I just sent him a message, hey, you should check out Nostr. And I said, yeah, sure. He checked it out and he signed up and started posting. And then I realized he actually have a bunch of followers on X. And he's the first person I've contacted. And then some of you might recognize community members from Montelibero here as well, who's posting a lot of great content in Russian on Nostr. And that's also a thing that I added recently in Nostria, support for locally running AI models. So you can run text-to-speech, you can do translations between many languages, you can do speech dictation, and all of this runs locally with full privacy. So of course it runs slower than running it in the cloud, but you get full privacy. You're not leaking any information. Because relating it a little bit to the Montelibero community, there's a lot of messages on Telegram that is in Russian. I have auto-translate in a lot of those groups, and what happens is of course that Google get all chat messages. Everything is sent to Google. And everything that is sent to Google into the USA goes to one of the NSA data centers. I think they have 7 or 9 data centers. Basically, all traffic into the US is captured by NSA, right? So you have to realize that every single chat, even if it's encrypted with HTTPS, and maybe they can't read it right now, they will eventually be able to read it in the future. They're saving everything. And then Angor. Angor is a project I've been one of the developers on. We're a big group of people. We went to the Bitcoin conference in Bali. This autumn, we were 10 people there, fantastic event. And it's a crowdfunding platform built on Bitcoin and Nostr. And this part of the presentation is mostly just memes to get the message across, okay? So what's the problem today? And some of you might remember the ICO age, initial coin offering, where a lot of people promised that they were going to develop this fantastic product or service or whatever. You just need to send all your Bitcoin to them, right? Or Ethereum on Web3, right? The problem was that all of these people, they rug pulled you. Basically, they took your money and then they ran away, disappeared. And it's all gone. So that needs to be fixed. Because the situation, if you have systems like this, these investors and these average Joes who invest their money into these projects, because I even started, back then I started like investigating some of these ICOs, and I thought maybe I should write a blog or put on bitcointalk.org. But then I got actually a bit afraid, because these projects, they had millions of dollars in capabilities of marketing and whatever, right? They were pushing these ideas. And here I am analyzing this, and I saw this is just a scam, this is a scam, this is a scam. But I didn't post anything. But the result is that regulators will come in and they will say, because people complain, oh, I've got my money stolen here. Please come and regulate this business, regulate this, blah, blah, blah. So eventually everything will get regulated, and that's a problem. So this is how Angor works, super simply. It is basically just time-locked contracts on Bitcoin. So you can do smart contracts on Bitcoin. It's not as extensive as you can do on Ethereum, but you can still do fairly interesting applications running on Bitcoin. So the difference here is that instead of sending all your money, you're locking down all your money in milestones. So anyone that launches a project on Austria, they decide the milestones, and the only penalty you have as an investor, you can at any time pull your money back, but it will be time locked. But this is known when you're doing the investment. So the time lock might be 90 days, for example. And the only reason for this is so you don't game the system, right? So because you're locking down your money, right? I could game the whole system very easily with just like one Bitcoin, and I can make it look like I'm funding all these projects, right? But now that's not possible. I raised around $30,000 in Bitcoin using Angor. That's how I was able to develop in Austria. I also raised 4,000 USDC from the Montelibero community. Super happy, and I appreciate every investor that helped me realize in Austria. It's not a lot of funding compared to all the work I put into it, but I will continue working on this as hard as I can, and I think it will have great success. And what makes Angor decentralized? Well, there's no servers, right? There's no backend. It all runs simply on master relays and Bitcoin nodes. Anyone can invest. Anyone can launch their projects. And the idea here is that we want to enable investment for anyone. Even if you're a small-time investor living in Bali and you have a few $1,000s, you can actually invest in projects. These people are, in a lot of cases, separated from the financial markets globally, right? A lot of people living in the Western world and in the US, they're spoiled. They can just open up an app like in Revolut. I can just buy stocks in like 2 minutes, and I bought Tesla stocks. I don't even need to buy a full stock. I can buy a percentage of that stock. In Indonesia, about half of the population doesn't have a bank account, right? That's the reality. So there's no third party behind Austria. And this is one of the reasons. You don't want people to just run away, buy a Lamborghini and run away with your money. So that Angor helps with accountability of the founder. You need to deliver, right? So that's why you have milestones. So if you reach the first milestone and you unlock the money, and the project doesn't deliver what it said it's going to deliver, you just take your money back. So this is some of the things that we at Angor, our job is to protect the investors against all these different things, from centralized platforms, authorized investors, regulators, scammers. And Angor version 2 is coming very soon. I will launch another campaign for Austria on this. One of the things that we're adding now is subscribe. So instead of having milestones, you can actually subscribe to a project. So it opens up a new host of opportunities for content creators, for example, podcasters, YouTubers, and other things to then use Angor. And investors can subscribe instead of paying into individual projects. So yeah. So with that, I want to say thank you, everybody, before and then open up for questions. Any questions?
The first question is the hardest one.
Thank you. That's can speak loud, that's okay.
You just speak loud.
Yeah, that was great. My question is on these two initiatives you have, the Angor and the Nostria. Is the idea that there'll be a the community will build from the internal, or are you doing outside promotion and other campaigns through other channels and other platforms?
Thank you. Good question. So the question was, how are these projects growing? Well, there's a couple of things. I'll do Angor first. So Angor is mostly funded by a friend of mine. We're a bunch of people working on the project. We have people who are into marketing, we're developers, and other things. We're doing hackathons, sponsoring hackathons. We did it in Bali, and we did it in Bitfest in Manchester now, just the other weekend. So the way it works that we have a competition with judges, and when they win the project, they have to put their project on Angor, and then we pay them money. We did a soft launch. We launched this in about, I think, May. That's when we started launching it. So it's just word of mouth right now. It's not like we're pushing it too much, because we're also very active working on version 2. Version 2 will be even better, so that's why we're waiting a bit on marketing for that. In terms of Nostria, I'm holding off spreading it too much until I have it in the App Store, because if you get a lot of interest and people can't find it in App Store, you're kind of losing that momentum. So that's one of the reasons. But I'm like slowly now, because I've been working on it so hard. There's Costa here is one of the developers who's helped realize it. I don't have funding to pay him anymore, so instead I'm just working on myself for the moment, and there's a lot of work. And but I'm starting reaching out to get more people to start using it, and the quality is also at a place right now where I'm comfortable getting people to use it. There's still plenty of things to improve. So if you want to use it and promote it, please just do that as much as possible. And the next step is to make a bunch of advertisement using AI and pushing that out there.
And it's interesting, you haven't found any competition or doing something similar, even in a different...
Yeah, I didn't go too much into Nostr, but Nostr is like an open free protocol, and there's a bunch of apps built on Nostr. There's competitors in a way of Nostr clients. You have Primal, Damus, Nostrus. There's a lot of them available. Some just for Android, some just for iOS, and some for the web. But I don't look at them as competitors at all. The competitors is Blue Sky, it's X, is centralized social media. And I think people will realize when they start going into Nostr, it's like, oh, it's so cool, because I have the same data across all apps. Like you have this app called Zombie Hunter, where you can log in, and it will basically find people that are not using Nostr anymore, so you can stop following them, right? Facebook and X will never make such a functionality, because their goal is just to grow followers, grow viewers, right? And there's a lot of other interesting apps built on Nostr. So, but the main problem right now on Nostr is content. We need more content creators. There was a guy who posted the other day, I open up X, and then he summarized what happens, right? Someone died, someone did this, some terrible things happened, blah, 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 and then I closed X. But if you go on Nostr, it's like, it's just happiness. There's no algorithm optimized to keep you doom scrolling. Everyone is super friendly. And instead of just doing likes, most people send saps, send money back and forth, right? If you create value, I send you some money, and then I get it back again, maybe later, right? And you can send like 21 sats, which is, I don't know, it's a few cents, right, you're sending. But it makes a difference receiving actual money, even if it's just a small amount and compared to getting a like. Yeah.
So I like the idea of Liberstad and even Montelibero and these other freedom communities. And my husband and I would love to join one, even if it's just to live there and contribute our skills and everything. But the challenge as Americans is getting a residency to stay. And so I don't know if you're planning on, like, if any of these places are planning on working with the government to possibly allow for residents or people that want to live in these communities to just come there and live and, I don't know, somehow be able to stay in those countries. And then my other issue so my husband and I, we really would love to visit Liberstad. We had a little dog at the time, and we were told that we couldn't come and stay there with our dog. And so that became kind of a problem for us anyways, trying to visit there.
You mean you got that message from John in Liberstad, right? Yes, because that's not a problem anymore, as I mentioned. There was a person living there. It was very problematic. This person is now gone, so it's not a problem at all, of course. So, and it's a big area, like there's not a problem having the dog running around and everything. There's cats and dogs there, so not a problem at all. But you're touching on something that it's a big challenge, and it's a big, like none of these projects can have much effect. Like Montelibero and Liberstad, we can't do anything about improving the asylum seekers coming in from the US, right? We can't, but we're trying to get the information available, right, for you to see what you can do and everything. And there's people who just overstay their allowed time there, right? There's people that do that here in Montenegro. There's people that do that in Norway as well. It's usually not a problem. You don't even get a fine. You get a message, oh, you need to leave, right? In the US, it's a bit worse. I just read in the news there was someone that's going to get married in the US. They overstayed for like 7 days, and she got detained, and she's going to be thrown out now, right? On a Norwegian there. But we can't help with that. But yeah, just look at Liberland as well. Like a lot of money and time goes into this public relations, foreign affairs, which Thomas is going to talk about now. And so that's very costly and not easy to do something about. But we can talk a lot more later as well if you're staying here. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're on time. So we'll let Thomas come. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sondre. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue and let me introduce Tom Wells, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberland.
Спасибо, Igor. Всем привет! Я Thomas Walls, министр иностранных дел Свободной Республики Liberland. I will speak in English though. Thank you. Thomas Walls, as Igor said, Foreign Minister of Liberland, a new country project on the Danube River between Croatia and Serbia, a little bit north of here, not too far away. I live mostly in Serbia. Liberland has a village, a small community in Serbia on the Serbian side of the river. But actual Liberland is over on the other side. It's not in Croatia, but it's on the other side of the river. It was basically no man's land, Ničija zemlja, as they call it in the Balkans. Not because of the war. There was a war between Croatia and Serbia. But the reason that it's no man's, or it was no man's land until we claimed it, was because of the Austro-Hungarian cadastral system. The river changed over the years, and the cadastral borders did not change. So that actually happens sometimes between countries. But they work it out somehow. But this was never worked out. So the old Austro-Hungarian cadaster, the county, the lines were never changed, but the river changed to make it straighter. They cut a canal right down the middle of an island, and that divided the island, and they never really changed where that territory lied. So we'll get started. We are a new country project. We claim to be a country, a sovereign country. We have well over 700,000 applications for citizenship of Liberland. We have about 1,000 citizens and about 5,000 or 6,000 e-residents. We'll talk about that a little bit. That's sort of a citizenship light. You may know Estonia has an e-residency program where you can open a business in Estonia and you don't even have to go there. We have a similar program. You can open a business in the Liberland ecosystem, so to speak, and we don't have any taxes. That's the best part. We will not tax you, and we will not prosecute you if you do not pay taxes. So that's probably one of the biggest selling points of Liberland as a country. So we'll get into it. Here's a picture of Liberland from the air. You can see Croatia. We're sort of connected by land to Croatia. Up here, there's a little land bridge right here. But this is a canal. It's the old flow of the Danube River. And this is the current Danube River right now. This strip of land is called Liberty Island. We have a settlement here right now as we speak. We enter through here. There's a little town called Zmajevac up here. We go on bikes or on foot, and then we enter Liberland here and make our way down to the island. The border opened in 2023, a little over 2 years ago, August 6, 2023. On the day the border opened, I happened to be over in Serbia for our Floating Man Festival, our Floating Man Summer Festival, and I heard the border opened. It was totally unexpected because for 8 years before that, they wouldn't let us in. The Croatian police would not let anybody except them go into Liberland. So they decided in August 2023 to just let people in. And the first day they did that, I was there. We drove over there right away, and I spent 8 days in Liberland, which was a dream come true, really. So here's exactly where it's located, and here's some of the other facilities that we have around there. I live in Ark Village. This is the main building. There's about 20 cabins around a lake at Ark Village. It's a nice little community. You're welcome to come and visit anytime, unless there's an event going on. Usually there are cabins available at the Ark, so come and visit us at any time or stay with us, whether it's for an event or if you're just passing through the area. Some of you have visited, I believe, but you're welcome to come anytime. Spring, summer, fall is very nice to come, but also winter. We're having a little event next week called Winter Alchemy, where we show you how to make Serbian food, and we have a sauna that you can go into, and we're doing some other stuff that's related to health and relaxation and also adventure. The nature here is really, really beautiful, so that's something also you can enjoy. So that's on the Serbian side. On the Croatian side, we have a few houses and offices over there. In Batina, which is right on the river, we have a visitor center where you can get outfitted with some camping gear and tents and things like that that you can take with you into Liberland down here. So you enter Liberland from Batina, or Zmajevac in Croatia, and you go on a bike or on foot to the entrance to Liberland. It's a couple kilometers. We used to be able to drive right up to Liberland. There was a parking lot right in front of Liberland, but the Croatian police wanted to make things a little more difficult for us, so they stopped the cars. They wanted to stop the bikes too, but we said, this is the Amazon of Europe bike trail. And they said, you're blocking an established bike trail. You cannot prohibit bicycles. So they backed down, and they allowed us to bring bikes. We also have wagons on the bikes, so we can bring building materials. So we can only bring a limited amount of stuff in there to build things, but we do. We have a hot shower. We have facilities so to make it a little more comfortable when you stay there, especially in the colder months. We've got a beach bar right on the beach on Liberty Island. We've got some tree houses that we built. Of course, being on the island, we're much more vulnerable to flooding because the Danube River rises and falls quite often. So we built some buildings there the first year, but they were all swept away when the river rose up. So we learned our lesson, and so now we're building tree houses. All the homes in the area around the Danube, they're like 2 stories high. So the bottom level, the bottom floor is concrete, and so that's resistant to flooding over time. Every 8, 9, or 10 years, there's a major, major flood, so you have to be prepared for that. This part actually used to be one big island, and they cut a canal right through the middle of it. I think that was back in the 1890s, so over 130 years ago. They made a canal down the middle, and they cut the island in 2, and this part is now on the western side of the river, whereas before the Danube just flowed all around on different arms. So anyway, yeah, sometimes it's difficult with the Croatian side. Unfortunately, the Croatian police have orders to harass us and make things more difficult, but we've arrived at a sort of modus vivendi with them. They let us come, and they let us go. They'll come maybe twice a day to check documents, passports, and stuff like that. So they're not, it could be a lot worse, believe me. Luckily, there's been no major injuries or deaths in Liberland. And the police are, at heart, they're good people. They just have orders to make things a little more difficult for us. Anyway, but we're there. That's the main thing. 2 years ago, we weren't even allowed to go there. But now we can actually be there. Okay, can we play the video? Play a nice little video for you. Ron Paul's a big fan of ours. We got to wish him happy 90th birthday back in August. Javier Milei is a big fan of ours, and he wants a Liberland passport. Vitalik Buterin, founder of Ethereum. All right. That's at our Splav, or floating office in Belgrade. So yeah. All right, let's move ahead. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so the story of Liberland started in 2015, where our president, Vít Jedlička, and a couple other people from the Czech Republic, some libertarians, said, we're sick of taxes and regulations here in the EU and Europe and in Czech Republic. What are we going to do about it? So people told them, hey, if you don't like it, why don't you start your own country? So that's exactly what they did. So they looked on the map, they looked on Wikipedia, which is fastly becoming obsolete, and they found what land in the world is terra nullius, unclaimed by any other country. What place has no claim from another country? And so there was one place in Europe, Gornja Siga, Upper Siga, on the Danube River between Serbia and Croatia. Now, there are some other places which are really terra nullius, Antarctica, but who wants to live in Antarctica? There's also a strip of land, a pretty big strip of land between Egypt and the Sudan called Bir Tawil, but it's hot and dusty, and it's also very inhospitable, uncomfortable for people to live. So people don't want to live there. Anyway, we found a place, a beautiful place on the Danube River. Croatia didn't want it when they declared independence. Serbia didn't want it because it was on the other side of the river. They had no interest in taking care of it. So we thought, why not plant a flag there? Anybody could go there up until that point. So it finally got out in the media. A lot of news outlets covered the story. And we got over 100,000 applications in the first week for people to become citizens. Yes, we set up a website where you could apply for citizenship, and it just blew up in the news. So Croatia heard about this, so 2 weeks later, they put a stop to it. They would arrest anybody going into Liberland for crossing the border. So you were crossing the border from Croatia into Liberland. They recognized it was a border because it's not theirs. They do not claim it. They act like they own it, but they officially do not claim Liberland because they claim about 10 times the amount of land on the Serbian side. There's 5 or 6 pretty large pockets of land on the Serbian side that's still in the old cadastre system that Croatia says, hey, this belongs to us, so this is rightfully ours. But this little piece of land right here, that belongs to you guys. It's yours. But actually, they treat Serbians pretty bad. If a Serbian wants to go to Liberland, they get treated pretty poorly by the Croatian law enforcement, and that's unfortunate. Actually, if you're an EU citizen or a Schengen country citizen, you can go to Liberland with no problem. However, for Americans, for Russians, for non-EU, non-Schengen people, they also give us a hard time when we want to go visit Liberland. You can go in and out quickly or briefly for a day, but if you spend the night in Liberland, they will probably ban you from Croatia for 90 days or whatever. It's not a criminal charge. They can't do that. You haven't committed a crime, but they can suspect you of committing a crime. The Croatian police give you papers, say, well, we suspect this person of camping illegally or lighting a fire, illegal campfire. Totally bogus reasons, and there's no evidence that you even want to do that, but that's the excuse that they use to kick you out. But if, like I said, if you're EU or Schengen country citizen, you can go in with no problem. So anyway, the founding principles of Liberland are basically libertarian ideas or classical liberal ideas. Limited government, keeping taxes as low as possible. Again, I said we don't have any mandatory taxes. It's totally voluntary if you want to pay taxes. And of course, individual freedom and free markets, no censorship, anything like that. No one's going to harass you if you think differently. Only if you violate someone else's rights is where you step over the line. that we draw to protect people's individual rights. The great philosopher Robert Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, there were precedents that led to the ideas that he formulated in that book. But basically rights he defined as side constraints. You can do anything you want within those constraints as long as you don't step over and violate someone else's rights, respecting their side constraints. I mean, like I said, others have articulated that philosophy before, but in the modern academic world, that's recognized as, pretty major proponent of libertarian ideas. So we've been inspired by other countries like Liechtenstein. It's a very small country. It's not totally libertarian, but they keep government to a minimum. And we actually know Prince Hans Adam II, and he said, when you join these international organizations, you'll be seated right next to us because you're Liberland and we're Liechtenstein, so we'll have this be seated right next to one another, but he told us he doesn't like to go to the meetings and stuff, so we probably don't either. I mean, we're for minimal bureaucracy, minimal government. I can see us doing things like signing treaties like Geneva Convention or, prohibition against torture or nuclear weapons or something like that. But when it comes to these multinational organizations that involve a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of control and regulations of the citizens, we don't want any part of that. So, anyway, of course, the founding fathers of the United States were very influential to us, Thomas Jefferson, and so on. So we founded Liberland on Jefferson's birthday, April 13th. So like I said, they opened the border with Croatia on August 6th. I was there. That vessel is the SS Liberty, which we've used for quite a few years. I stayed on board that boat. It was docked right off Croatia, and they allowed us to dock it right off Liberland for a little while. So that was great. We put up border signs for the border crossing, but they didn't like those, so they took them down after we put the border crossing sign up. I think they're not offended, but they're taken aback by our statement that we want to be a country. It's totally thinking outside the box. It's outside their imagination. It can't exist. So I think that's one of the reasons maybe they're reacting so harshly to us. So one approach that I've tried to push is that we are a community. I mean, there's no denying that we are a living, vibrant community of individuals from all over the world. You can't deny that. Whether you recognize this as a state or not is beside the point. We are a peaceful community of people, and we'd like to live peacefully with our neighbors, including Croatia and Serbia and Hungary up the river a little bit, and all of our neighbors in the area. So I think with proper diplomacy and reaching out to other countries and showing that we want to bring positive change to the region, we can really make a difference. So what is a country, by the way? There's different ways to look at it. We like to look at the declarative theory of statehood embodied in the Montevideo Convention of 1933. It stipulates that you should have a population of people, and we do. A defined territory, which we definitely have. We don't completely control it because of the Croatian police presence and, their tendency to harass us whenever they want to. But we definitely have a defined territory. Actually, when Croatia was recognized by the international community, they did not have complete control over their territory either. They declared independence in the early 90s, but there was huge parts, probably even a third of Croatia, that was the Serbian Krajina. And they didn't want to be part of Croatia, but the rest of the world recognized them nonetheless. And Croatia did not have the support of all of its citizens in its bid for independence. So, there's some, I think we're a little far ahead of Croatia when they became independent. Anyway, another Another aspect that would qualify a country as a recognized state is a government as well as the capacity to enter into relations with other states. And we do have that. We've got relations with a number of other countries. I'll name just a few of them. El Salvador has been very nice to us. They recognized our passports. We're talking to Dominican Republic, a number of countries in Africa, Middle East, Asia. It's a little harder in Europe. I think if when countries are already members of the EU, it's a little bit more difficult to break, to build bridges with them because, well, you're not a country. How can we talk to you? Well, it takes knowing people. Part of diplomacy is getting to know people and then building bridges that way, and that can start at an informal level, and that's what we have been doing. We've been meeting with individual members of the European Parliament, for example, individual members of each different country's parliaments, and other countries, their State Department, Foreign Ministry, etc. In the United States, we've had a certain amount of success reaching out to members of Congress and senators, people in think tanks, also a few members of the Trump administration are friendly to Liberland, and I can give you some examples of that a little bit later. Now, whether you like President Trump or not, whether you like everything he's done is beside the point. We are engaged in diplomacy. We want to build relations with other countries regardless of whatever you might think of them. And like I said, there are a few members of the administration who are friendly to us and who have signaled interest in what we're doing. So we do have a government, we have a Congress. The Congress is elected every 3 months, and you as a Liberland citizen, you can vote for who you want in Congress, or you could run for Congress yourself if you want. We hold it on the blockchain, so every vote is transparent. You can see who people vote for, and the number of merits you have, that's our governance token actually, that carries a little bit more weight when you're engaged in voting. Of course, we have some mechanisms to make it as fair as possible. We also have double democracy, the public veto. So if the citizens do not like a person who's been elected, or if they do not like a law that has been passed at the Congress level, you can file a referendum and you can reject that law or that official or that judge who is in office. So Congress also has the duty to take the funds that have been come into the Treasury and allocate it based on what they feel is judicious use of the country's funds. And again, I'll emphasize that taxes are voluntary. Nobody is forced to pay taxes at all. So people like the project, so they donate to it. So that's one good measure of our success and our endurance, that so many people like us and support us, that they have either volunteered their time, or they've donated to us, or they've helped us out in some other way in spreading our message to the media or people in different governments, more generally in society. That's actually another form of recognition, when people know who we are, know what we're doing, know what the ideas are behind our project. I think we can call Montelibero a sister community because we share many, if not almost all, of the same ideals. And we're certainly very supportive of Montelibero. And I know President Witt spoke here 2 years ago. I was here last year, and hopefully we will continue to build stronger relations. So here's our Congress. Probably our most famous Congress member is Justin Sun. He's the head of the Tron blockchain. He also owns BitTorrent, and he bought the banana for $6 million, which was in the news a few months ago. He is very supportive. I wish he were a little more supportive with some of the funds, but he's good. He's very supportive of our project, and I think he's able to put our name out there and get us into places where we wouldn't be able to otherwise. So we're very thankful and grateful for his leadership in that regard. Another new member of Congress is Brittany Kaiser. Brittany Kaiser used to be the the business manager at Cambridge Analytica, which is a huge data firm in the UK. She's actually a whistleblower when it came to the big controversy with Cambridge Analytica. They were discovered to have taken all sorts of personal data from people, and Facebook and everything, so they amassed a huge quantity of data about individuals. And Brittany was working there, and she saw this happening, and she went public with that news, so she became famous as the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, or one of the whistleblowers that came out of that. And she is an interesting investor and blockchain person in her own right, so we're proud to have her as a member of our Congress. Navid Sabrin, he's from Luxembourg, he's our finance minister. Karnika, or Key, he just came on board as well in October. Michael Potocnik, he's also our Minister of Justice. He's a jurist and a lawyer, and he's a brilliant legal mind. Dr. Tariq Abbasi from London, he's our Secretary of State. We work together on coordinating our representatives and furthering our diplomatic relations in different countries. Great guy to work with. And also Dorian, he's done a lot in developing the blockchain. He's originally from Croatia, and I enjoy working with him as well. So again, as I said, I don't need to emphasize this too much more. Taxes are voluntary. We will not put you in jail for not paying any taxes. So I think by not forcing taxes out of people, that's a good way to keep government limited. If government has the power to tax you, then it's going to just take more and more and more and more. You know that song, The Tax Man by the Beatles? That's a great song that really lays out how they will get you at, they'll tax your eye, they'll tax the pennies on your eyes even if you die. So anyway, and that will always be the case. We may have like user fees and things like that, but that's not a tax. You opt to use a service, so you pay a fee. You don't have to pay if you don't use it. So I think we'll always maintain that voluntary tax system. The Liberland Merit is our main token, our governance token. If you have 5,000 merits, you can vote. You can stand for office. You can, stake your merits, and that way you have an actual stake in the country and an interest in its long-term well-being. Usually when voters vote in a normal election of a normal country, what stake do you have? I mean, you may or may not, you probably have a very small influence on the outcome of an election. But if you have an actual stake in the country and can show that, you have an interest in what happens in the future. So these are all the things that having a certain amount of merits allow you to do. There's a maximum total of 70 million merits. That represents 7 square million meters of land, which are in Liberland. So we're trying to put everything on the blockchain. And so far, we've been fairly successful at that. We want to make sure people's identity is verified, so there's no voter fraud or stealing money or anything like that. In the modern world, verifying people's identity is a cumbersome and often costly process. And as many of you may know, the blockchain is a way to simplify that and speed it up. So we want to put everything on the blockchain: property titles, driver's license, contracts, smart contracts, things like that. So I think we are trying to show, or at least experiment and see how things can be done in a much more efficient and just way. So here's a snapshot of our blockchain dashboard. It's probably a little small for you to see, but there's a number of different exchanges. We also have, in addition to the merit, we have the Liberland dollar. The Liberland dollar is a liquidity token, whereas the merit is a governance token. You can already exchange Liberland merits on a number of exchanges, both centralized and decentralized. So we're pretty happy about that. And it's kept, I mean, it's, you know, when we first released it, it went up a bit, and then it slowly came down, but it's maintained its value. It's about $1 Liberland dollar to $1 US dollar. So we want to put, when you become a Liberland e-resident or citizen as well, you can register a company on the Liberland blockchain. And we've probably got, I don't know the exact number, I know it's over 100 companies that are registered on the Liberland blockchain. I think I have registered a company on there. And also land titles and other assets, we want to be able to put those on the blockchain so it's obvious who owns what. We want to bring some new ideas to the table too. We believe in free markets. Why not bring the philosophy of free markets to security and justice as well? Why have a monopoly on something like police? Why don't you have multiple providers, qualified providers of security and justice? So how about if you're in trouble, why not call the police on an app like Uber instead of 911 or 999, you know? I think there can be competition in things like security, you know? If someone's closer to you, then yes, you want that service to be provided as quickly as possible, just like Uber. If you want a ride, you want the closest driver to you. Or maybe you want a better one, you can wait a few minutes. But we want to introduce competition into new areas that has not been done before. We have an app called Liberland Services. It's we're still tweaking it. There's still a few bugs in it, and we're improving it. We want to add more and more useful features to it. So, but it's already working. It's already out there. You can get it on iOS or Android. I believe it's called Liberland Services. So if you want, go ahead and download that. This is some of our diplomatic efforts. A few years ago, we were in the European Parliament, at least the Parliament facility in Brussels. Both the President and I were invited to speak to a group of members of the European Parliament who are actually very interested in what we're doing. And that is at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. That was at the right before the gala dinner for the American Legislative Exchange Council. We had a reception immediately prior to that where we got to speak to a lot of legislators from different states. The Vice President was there. A few governors and senators were there. They were quite interested to learn about what we were doing in Liberland. So that was in El Salvador. That's the Minister of the Economy. And we spoke there. We made a donation. Since you may have heard El Salvador adopted Bitcoin as legal tender. And right after that happened, we had a fundraiser. I wrote a letter that we sent out to all the Liberlanders to raise some money to donate to charity. We chose the Children's Hospital in San Salvador, and we donated a little bit over 1 Bitcoin. It was at its all-time high right about that time, so we donated about $65,000 to the Children's Hospital in San Salvador. And President Bukele was very gracious. We got invited to the White House. We got invited to a party that he was hosting, and he personally thanked us for our donation, and they really helped us out a little bit in some diplomatic channels. So, of course, they've had other issues like tackling the gang problem in El Salvador. So, I mean, we weren't the #1 priority, but they were extremely nice to us and welcoming us, and they treated our diplomatic delegation just like they would any diplomatic delegation with security, and got to meet different ministers, and invited to the White House in El Salvador. So it was really nice to be treated as another country, being welcomed by an actual country, especially one that we liked. So we've done a lot of charitable work in addition to the El Salvador donation. I'm a member of the Liberland Aid Foundation, which is a nonprofit group. It's based in the US, but we've picked various charities throughout the world, in Haiti, in Dominican Republic, in El Salvador, in Croatia, in Serbia, and a few other places to try to make a difference. Of course, yes, it opens doors for us diplomatically, but it also helps people out. Liberland people are a generous people, and we're a very giving people, so if we find other folks in need where we can make a difference, then we will try to do that. We also sent a Liberland flag to the moon. It was actually on a computer chip, and it landed on the moon not too long ago, back in March. It was part of the Blue Ghost lunar lander, and our flag was on board. And I think it was a digital copy of our flag, but I think there's another mission where we're going to send an actual physical version of the flag up there. So again, that's our place we use as our office in Washington, D.C. Of course, people live there. That's the Peer School Lofts, but we also have our events there, and we will invite people from Congress, the staff of people from Congress, people from other embassies, and we have crypto events there every Monday. When we have an event in the United States, we usually have a bigger event at our headquarters there, and it's a really beautiful old building from the 19th century. It was a school at one point. So over in the corner in the big classroom, you can see a stuffed buffalo. I don't know how old it is, but it's pretty cool. And in the main room where we have most of our events, there's a huge old 19th century chandelier, which is just beautiful. And there's a huge library in there. I donated a couple hundred books to the library. And it's a real nice place. If you ever get to the US and we have an event, you're certainly welcome to come and visit us there. Let me know. We had dinner with Mike Waltz, who's a congressman, was a congressman from my district in Florida. He is now the ambassador, U.S. ambassador to United Nations. And we had a very long conversation with him about Liberland and what we want to do and our prospects for success. He's now the ambassador to United Nations. So let's see what our acquaintance with Mike Waltz will mean for us. Also, this was at the gala. We're friends with the leadership of ALEC, which is the American Legislative Exchange Council. That's opened some doors for us in Washington. 2023, our president got to meet with the president of Croatia, Zoran Milanovic. They had a very nice conversation. They've kept in touch, although Milanovic has other things on his plate. He is aware of us and is very friendly. However, we're still having some issues with the security services and law enforcement in Croatia. So we've got people working on that, working on talking to them, demonstrating that we're no kind of a threat to Croatia in any way. We're not a threat to their constitutional order. We're not a threat to their borders or security in any way, which is how they treat us. They treat us like we're some kind of a threat. But I think once they get to know us, they will like us. And it's our job to do a better job of demonstrating that. I think, unfortunately, they banned a few of our people, including our president, from Croatia. So it's kind of difficult for us to make the case when they ban our people for no reason whatsoever. But we're trying. We've got some people on the inside trying to make contacts. We were talking to one of our attorneys yesterday on some contacts that he has. with people in the government who make decisions. So, you know, they're kind of split 50-50. Where do we go with these guys? Some of them like us. Other ones have this old, you know, mentality from times past to be suspicious of everything. So again, we want to bring investment, not only tourism, which we're already doing, but investment to the region. We've got some investors we're talking to who want to commit funds as long as, you know, they will be secure into different projects in the area, both on the Serbian side and on the Croatian side, as well as in Liberland itself. So we've got, unfortunately, I did not bring any brochures with me, but we have a handy brochure detailing each project that we want to invest in. I can show you some of them. Ark Village is where I live. I live on a cabin over number 13. I live over here. This is an artist rendition. Like this facility doesn't exist, nor does this one. But this is basically our lake, and this is the layout of the cabins. And I live right about here. It's a very beautiful area. We're building Ark 2, which is directly behind Ark. We've already acquired the property to that. I encourage all of you to come and visit. Those of you who live here in Crna Gora, Montenegro, it's not too far. So come on up to Serbia and visit us in Apatin. Ark 2 is going to be a wellness resort and spa. Just 2 weeks ago, we had a longevity conference. A lot of you are interested in that because that deals with the future, and that is where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives in the future. We have our anniversary in April. So every year we commemorate the founding of Liberland. So we're also going to have a larger longevity conference in April next year when we have our anniversary. So maybe we'll be breaking ground on the new properties that we're expanding the Ark to. Ark 2. So that's just an architect's rendition of what some of the cabins in Ark 2 could look like. You could even buy one if you want. Also on that property is a very interesting building, which I always like checking out and wandering around. There's an old pump house, Pumpa, built during the Maria Theresa era. She was the Archduchess of Austria-Hungary, the Holy Roman Empress. It was built during that Habsburg era of Austria-Hungary, and it's a historic building. So we're going to rebuild that. We're going to renovate it and keep its historical character intact while building a spa and wellness resort inside of it. And there's another body of water right next to that too, where we're going to, between the pump house and where we're going to build the cabins. And that's what, we have some artist rendition of how it might look like in the future. And you can join us as a homeowner there. We're going to parcel it up and to make it available for people who want to invest. We've already got one guy who's living 2 doors away from me at the Ark who wants to be an investor in Ark 2. It's also a great way to get Serbian residency. I know the laws currently in Montenegro are similar to Serbia for acquiring residency. You could open a business and open a bank account and start paying taxes, or you can buy a piece of property. And that is another route to residency in Serbia and also in Montenegro. So this may be a way, if you want to get Serbian residency as well, it's a viable option. Another thing we want to do in Apatin, Serbia, is napredak. Napredak means progress. It's also the name of this little area right on the river. There's an inlet that comes in from the Danube that comes into Apatin Harbor. And right before you get to the harbor, there's a place called Napredak. It used to be a place where they loaded and unloaded shipments and containers and things like that. And we have an option there to turn it into a commercial center. So that's one thing we're looking at. We've already got our architects' designs for it. That's where it's located. There's a really beautiful church that you can see when you come in that little inlet. That's probably the signature building in Apatin. It's right next to that. So there's some photos from Liberland. That's our guys on Jefferson Square. That's Martin Kutzendorfer, one of our captains, Martin Vemola, and Milan, and President Witt, and Jana over there. So things are active. Things are moving in Liberland. So Treatum, as I mentioned earlier, the water rises from time to time, so it makes sense to build things a little higher so they don't get swept away by the river. We've got different designs. We've built some test models by the Ark to see, what they could withstand. And I think we got a couple good designs over there in Liberland already. There's our bar right there on there. You can see the Danube River. Of course, that's during a slightly warmer weather. There's some of our Norwegian people, Anna and Christian and Matthias, well, he's Danish. And there's Mirek, there's some other folks. That is the plan that we had for the house on Jefferson Square. It had a basement. I've been down in the basement. Unfortunately, there was an incident with the Croatians where they damaged that building, and so that's on hold for right now. But anyway, you can see Liberland. It's already divided up into parcels, and that's another artist rendition of what that particular building could look like. We intended to build a welcome center and a clinic there. Again, that's on hold for the moment. We're focusing on building on Liberty Island. We had a wedding in 2023, the first wedding that, to our knowledge, took place on Liberland soil at all. It's Anna and Christian from Norway. So that's just a fun day in the afternoon. Metrotopia, of course, I like to focus on the real world stuff that we're doing, but we're also in the metaverse. So Metrotopia is another metaverse project. We've had 2 or 3 other forays into the world of the metaverse, which is kind of interesting. We've also been working with Patrick Schumacher, who's a lead architect at Zaha Hadid, one of the world's leading architectural firms. And we would like to invite you all to Prague for our Christmas party on December 19th. It's going to be a great affair in the Palais Art Hotel in Prague. I've been there. We're going to have some libertarian thinkers there, some interesting people. Stephen Kinsella, who's an intellectual property lawyer. You may know the name Hans Hermann Hoppe, who's originally from Germany. He lives in Turkey. He taught at UNLV in Las Vegas. He's a pretty well-known libertarian theorist. And Alessandro Fusillo from Italy. We're going to have a reading of the proposed Liberland Constitution. So if you're interested in founding documents of a country, this is where we're going to discuss the existing draft of our Constitution. I probably won't be there. I'll probably be home in the States already, but that's coming up actually pretty soon, in about 3 weeks. So if you can, you're invited to come to Prague and RSVP with us. You'll be welcome to come there. And of course, we have other events throughout the year. We have Floating Man in the summer. You've heard of Burning Man in the desert. This is Floating Man on the river. Usually we have that in August. I think for the next one, we are going to join it together with this other one we have called Liberpulco. We do that in conjunction, in close cooperation with the Anarchapulco people. You may have heard of Anarchapulco, which to date has taken place in Acapulco, Mexico. Next February, it's going to be in Puerto Vallarta. I'm speaking at that. Together with those guys, we do Liberpulco. We've done that for the last 2 years. They've been very successful. This last one in September, we had about 250 people come out for that. Totally fun time. So keep in mind also our 11th anniversary and longevity event, which is coming up in April 2026. So you can become an e-resident. If you're not quite ready to become a citizen, you can take the first small step and become a Liberland e-resident. You get a handy dandy card. You can open a business in the Liberland environment. It also entitles you to a couple of other advantages. I'm trying to push ourselves to include more benefits like an email, like other perks that should come with a Liberland e-residency. So I think that's it. So, all right. I will take some questions if you have any. But anyway. Only if they're yes or no question.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm from Montelibero. My question is about diplomacy, and I'd like to have your advice about Montelibero. When we talk about Liberland getting recognition from Croatia and Serbia, which relations is most critical in your opinion? Is it establishing good relations with specific officials, maybe parliament parties, or maybe with the local population?
Mm-hmm.
What should be the strategy and focus of diplomacy?
Very good. Good question. I can tell you a little bit about that. In Serbia, we have very good relations. Of course, you start local. It's good to get to know the people from the opština, from the the municipality, from the town council, from the town offices, the mayor's office, things like that. One thing that they are concerned with, can you bring some jobs to the area? We want to make sure that people have jobs, good paying jobs, or jobs that require some kind of skill or some kind of interesting employment. I have met with the people from the opština in Apatin, and we sat down with people also from the mayor's office and with the tourism office, and they were very interested in what we're doing. They're very interested in hearing that we have events and pay people to work for us and bring a rising level of prosperity to the community. Of course, everything's two-way. Like say, if you do something for the community, maybe they will do something for you. And we can talk about ways to do that. I would be interested in learning what kind of administrative structures you can interact with here in Montenegro. And I could certainly give you some examples of what we're doing in Serbia. They told me, if you have, for example, if you have a certain project, bring us a letter of intent, what you want to do, what kind of business do you want to create, what kind of factory do you want to make, what kind of service do you want to provide. Put it in a letter and say exactly what you want to do. Come to us and propose it, and then yes, we can work with that. That's what they told me, and that's generally what they tell us. We did also meet the Vice President of Economy in Vojvodina. Vojvodina is a larger province of Serbia, and we became very good friends with him. And he showed up at one of our events. We had a christening of a boat in Apatin, and we made a gift to the technical school in Apatin. We gave about 20 laptop computers to the school, and they appreciated that very much. And the Vice President of Economy from Vojvodina came and attended our ceremony 2 or 3 times. He got promoted to the head of Plovput. Plovput is the waterway management, river management system in Serbia, and he invited us to his office up there. So both local and regional officials are good to have relations and talks with. I would encourage you at Montelibero to do that if you haven't already. I'm sure you've done it somewhat. And also the federal level. Start local, work your way up to regional, work your way up to the federal level, and just be friends. Diplomacy is being friends with people, getting to know them, have a drink, have dinner with them or lunch. Talk about your ideas in a friendly way, in the most friendly way possible. And I think you can find some common ground. Diplomacy is coming to an agreement where there was no agreement before. So you need to get to know people. You need to learn their first name, call them by first name, have their number on your phone, invite them to an event you might have, the next Montelibero event. Maybe invite them to it. Maybe you could invite some here, or the next public event that Montelibero has. Invite people from the local Obština, or invite people from the regional area too, wherever you have it, whether it's Podgorica, Bar, or wherever. You can't go wrong in being friendly to people and engaging them. So, good question. Drugi вопрос.
Thank you. It's excellent to learn more about Liberland and its history and your projects as well. Before my question, I want to add something to your pitch about the Liberland Constitution Christmas party. Stephen Kinsella is indeed an intellectual property lawyer, but he's also an anti-intellectual property philosopher, which makes him an interesting guy to speak to, and it's very nice that you'll have him at that event. My question is about the big difference with Liberland compared to a lot of other free association societies is, of course, its ambitions and its structure as being recognized as a state. And I'm wondering, you mentioned with the United Nations and perhaps with other international organizations, it wasn't such a big priority to be part of those forums, and I'm wondering how you make those decisions about which international organizations you do want to voice at, and what the roadmap might look like to reach that purpose, and why you have that purpose.
Very, very good question, and I'm involved in a number of those things. We don't want to join the EU, for example. We don't necessarily want to join the UN. I could foresee us, as things develop, having observer status in that organization. It's not a priority for us, and certainly not a priority for us now. Now, there are organs within the UN that we may have to work with, like the UNECE. I think there's a desk there that we're going to have to approach pretty soon on river issues with the Danube. It doesn't mean we're a member of UN, but we're going to have to interact with them. We're not member of EU, but we will have to interact at some point with Frontex, with the borders system, or with the trading system. And of course, Montenegro is not a member of the EU yet, but the EU is heavily involved. We want to avoid that heavy involvement of a multinational superstructure like the EU. But we are interested in having diplomatic relations, trade relations. I think we can pass a certain number of treaties, international treaties like Geneva Convention, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Protocols, anti-torture, stuff like that, stuff that doesn't violate our libertarian principles. So I think we'll take a measured approach. We're not going to try to jump right in and pretend we're going to join the UN. No, we're not going to do that.
But do you think you could be a good example for other states to follow in the footsteps of Liberland if you did have more involvement?
Yeah, I think there are other states who have partial recognition, which we already kind of identify with. Somaliland is a good example. Taiwan is another good example. Our president knows some folks over in Taiwan. Samuela Davidova also knows some people over there. And I've met diplomats from Taiwan, and they came to our events on multiple occasions. So I think we can forge bonds with countries like that. A kind of either bilateral or multilateral in the sense we're not members of the WTO or something, but we're members of not a regional bloc, but sort of a bloc of, semi-recognized, countries that are striving for more independence from these multinational organization. So there isn't a group called the UNPO, and we've been an observer at the UNPO. The UNPO is the Unrecognized Nations and Peoples Organization. It's a pretty good organization, and we know a lot of the people involved in that. So I think that's one thing we'll probably pursue more and more fervently. And other examples of multinational organizations which we would like to deal with is the Danube Commission, the ICDPR, the International Commission for the Protection of Danube River. There's a few other ones that I have a list of that I refer to sometimes that, hey, maybe we could reach out to those guys and say, hey, we've got an issue here, can you maybe help us out? Or we feel that Croatia is overstepping its bounds and enforcing this or that. They're engaged in extraterritorial activity and we think it's wrong. So there are some organizations or institutions we can approach without sacrificing too much of our own sovereignty, you know. The challenge is, if we're not recognized as a state in their eyes, how do we approach them? So I think I'm working on starting an NGO in Serbia to fulfill that purpose partially. I think we're going to start an NGO in Croatia as well with the purpose of environmental cleanup or historic preservation, things that will get us recognized without having to force people to swallow the whole statehood thing. You know, so we'll start with civil organizations and then move to the next level. So, thanks.
So if there are no questions, I think we can go to the break. Thomas, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I was very impressed and inspired by Liberland and its development. And we will have an hour break for dinner, and then Valery Utrosin will tell us about Montelibero and what we do here. We'll meet in 60 minutes. ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue. Let me introduce Valery Utrosin, one of the most active activists of Montelibero, who will tell how a local initiative in Montenegro went to a global international community. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you. Nice to meet you today in this conference. My name is Valery Utrosin. I'm an activist of the Montelibero community. I've been involved in the community almost since the very beginning. I moved to Montenegro to be right in the center of this project. I speak about Montelibero. Over the years, I've tried different roles with the community, and today I want to tell you about Montelibero the way I see it. I need a clicker. Yeah. What is Montelibero? Montelibero is a community whose people, or whose members work on bringing society closer to the ideas of freedom. It is a libertarian community. Among other things, we stand for reducing the harmful influence of the state on people's life. Most members are Russian-speaking. It's Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, but we also have participants from the other countries. We began our activity in Montenegro, but now we operate in different parts of the world, including Argentina, Serbia, and Georgia. In Georgia, we recently held the Makagaza Camp. It's an event similar to this festival, but smaller. In Argentina, our representatives took part in the Liberty International World Conference, and in Serbia, we have regular meetings. I think it's enough to not so big community as our community. And of course, a large part of our activity happens online. Many participants contribute to the community remotely while continuing to live in their home countries. Originally, the idea of Montelibero was to bring libertarians together in one place in Europe, to do something similar to what American libertarians did in the United States. They organized the Free State Project, within which many libertarians moved, American libertarians moved to the state of New Hampshire to influence society in the direction they believed in. It's about freedom, yeah, of course. We wanted to create something similar in Europe. And Montenegro was chosen as a gathering point because it was an easy country to relocate to. Now it's changed and it makes us a bit sad. And now let me move to the history of Montelibero. Yeah. We start in 2020, and the end of 2020, one of the future members of Montelibero moved to Montenegro. He thought that it could be a good place to start building a free society project. He shared these ideas in one libertarian chat, and it will supported. In February 2021, the first article describing the framework of the future community was published. In March, the community name, logo, and website were created. Here is our logo. Yes. In April, an investment fund was launched to support projects within the movement. It used blockchain technology to organize its work. In May, members decided to buy land where settlement of their own could be built. A company was registered to own that land. In June, the Declaration of Principles of Montelibero was published on the website. Okay. I have some troubles with my microphone, maybe not. Okay, it defined the core values of the community and outlined several principles and rules. For example, anyone can call themselves a member of the movement, no registration required. On one hand, this makes it very easy to join our community. On the other hand, it makes it difficult to say how many people actually participate. We can't count them. Yeah. Another interesting rule is that no one can speak on behalf of the community, only on their own behalf. So keep in mind, everything I am saying today reflects my personal perspective of what is happening, not some official opinion. This rule exists to prevent any single person or organization from taking control on the community. It's very important for us because we are libertarians and we are afraid of dictatorship even in our community. Yeah, so let's return to the story. In July, I came to Montenegro for the first time to see the country and meet the first settlers. At that moment, there were already 5 of them. In August, the land for the settlement was purchased, and it was located near the city of Bar. And that's why Bar later became the place. Так, I have some troubles with my microphone. Do you have another one? Не знаю, что он. One? Yeah, great. Great. Yeah. Oh no, I don't know. Yes. And that's why Bar later became the place the most community members settled. We bought the land collectively using crypto tokens to record the shares. In the November, we divided the land according to the numbers of tokens each participant had. I eventually received a 2-acre plot where I later built my own house. Several more people moved to Montenegro in this period. And then the February 2022 arrived. The number of people moving from Russia to Montenegro increased sharply. As a result, the development of the community accelerated. The number of participants in the Russian-speaking community chat exceeded 1,000 people. In March, the first club of Montelibero opened in Bar. It is a private club where community members gather, socialize, and celebrate. It immediately became the main plot of attraction. Okay. In April, construction of the first residential house on the community land began. In May, we launched regular Wednesday meetups in Bar. We called them breakfasts. The purpose was to give anyone interested in Montelibero a chance to come and meet community members. This breakfast usually became people's first point to contact with Montelibero in Montenegro. The format turned out to be successful. It still exists today, and not only in Bar. Breakfasts are now held in other cities as well. In June, the club hosted a Bitcoin conference, Bitcoin Talk Montenegro. In July, I visited Montenegro again and was surprised by how much the community has grown and gained. In October, regular breakfast started in another city, Ulcinj, and in Bar, Saturday's lunches were added to the Wednesday breakfasts. This was the period when the largest number of newcomers joined the community in Montenegro. As a result, the number of Montelibero participants in Montenegro exceeded 100 people. Then came year 2023. I had already decided to move to Montenegro and came for 2 months to prepare everything for relocation. During that year, the community not only gained its presence in Montenegro, but also took its first step toward the expansions in other countries. In May, Montelibero was presented at the Libertarian Memorial Forum dedicated to Kaha Bendukidze in Georgia. The same month, Montelibero activists participated in the International Crypto Conference at COM 2023. In June, a non-profit foundation, the third Montelibero Fund was created. It focused on raising funds to support initiatives that promote the ideas of liberty. With its support, books on freedom and cryptocurrency are published, activist speaks at various events, and educational activities are funded. At the end of July, my family and I finally moved to Montenegro. We settled in the Montelibero city. Yeah. In September, we held the first Montelibero festival. Now is the third Montelibero festival, and that September it was the first Montelibero festival. It attended by 300 people. Also in September, the Montelibero Association was founded, a structure with a formal membership and a system of decision making. Its goal is to increase the effectiveness of the community mission. In October, one of our activists presented Montelibero at the Liberty in Our Lifetime conference in Prague. The same month, we launched the Montelibero Diaspora project aimed at forming local Montelibero communities in other countries. In November, the arbitration system was created to resolve conflicts between community members. And in December, citizens of Montenegro joined Montelibero. Let's move. In 2024, the arbitration system reviewed several cases and issued decisions. In April, we participated in the Liberty conference in Georgia. In September, we organized a rally in Bar in defense of free speech on the internet. If you remember, it was the time when Pavel Durov was imprisoned in France. And this rally was connected with this event. In October, we held the second Montelibero Festival. And then now go to year 2025. In April, the club closed at its old location because the landlord did not extend the lease. It reopened in a new space in autumn. In May, mixed a couple from Montelibero and Liberstad had a baby boy. In June, I finished building my house and moved into it. In July, Montelibero Pata appeared in Argentina. In August, Montelibero took part in a libertarian conference in Argentina. In early November, we held the MTL Camp Makagaza in Georgia. And now we are here at the third Montelibero Festival. What's about today's state of Montelibero? Our Telegram channel has 4,600 subscribers. The main chat has 1,400 participants. The association includes 171 members, and around 50 people consider themselves activists. Regular community's activities now include breakfasts, online meetups, association meetings, and thematic club events. At the same time, in Montenegro, the situation is close to stagnation. The community is not growing, the influx of immigrants has stopped, and the people have started leaving. The government of Montenegro is planning to tighten the rules for foreigners. Because of this, gaining the global dimension of the community looks like the most promising direction. Most interactions already take place online. At the same time, there are regions with a significant concentration of community members. It's Montenegro, Serbia, Argentina, and Georgia. In this context, the Montelibero Association acts as a communication and legal framework that enables effective cooperation with the community. And now let's speak about distinctive features of Montelibero. The first is decentralization. There is no central leader in Montelibero. As a movement, it does not have a centralized governing body. It's rather a way to bring together people who share similar views. They create projects that interest them in cooperation with others. The association is a more formal structure. It has a council which implements the decision made by assembly of association. But within the movement, other structures may also exist. The second is usage of blockchain technologies. We believe blockchain fits decentralized communities like our very well for implementing various governance and accounting systems. We use blockchain to structure commercial and non-profit projects and to record shares in them through tokens. There are debt tokens which allow private loans to be formalized transparently. There are time tokens, tokens representing 1 hour of the person's work. And the third is geographical distribution. For example, during one of our online meetup, we had participants from Vietnam and Argentina at the same time. The time zone difference between those two places is 10 hours. So we widely use Telegram Messenger to communicate in such a geographical distribution situation. What common mechanism exists in Montelibero? At first, it's the Montelibero Association is a structure with a membership and direct democracy. Members have different numbers of participation tokens depending on their status. For example, those who have passed identity verification have 2 tokens, and they can vote in the association assembly. The assembly is the main decision-making body. Participants vote using a liquid direct democracy. The council implements the assembly's decision and handheld current issues. As a result, decisions are legitimate, made through a clear procedure, and there is a mechanism to implement them. Next, it is a legal system and arbitration. The community operates of voluntary agreements. Sometimes conflict arises when agreements are not fulfilled. In such cases, we have 2 options. The conflicting parties may contact an independent third party, a mediator, who try to help them find a mutually acceptable solution. This requires voluntary cooperation from both sides. And cooperation is impossible. One of the parties can turn to arbitration. Several judges review the case, determining who is at fault and issue a decision. The guilty party can comply to avoid damaging their reputation. If not, they are added to the association's blacklist. Anyone can check this list and decide whether they want to cooperate with that person. The third is DAO-style companies with tokens and multi-sig accounts. Tokens resembling shares are issued on blockchain. A group of people is defined as singers of multi-sig account where the company's funds are kept. Multi-sig means that a spending transaction must be approved by several people at once, otherwise it won't be executed. This prevents unauthorized spending. Tokens can be freely sold or transferred. Examples of such companies include the investment fund, the private club, the charity fund. Even this festival operates in this format. Those who contributed the most money to the festival can manage the remaining assets afterwards. And the most interesting part of Montelibero is our projects. And now I want to briefly tell you about them. The festival, this is our big annual public event in Montenegro. It has been held since 2023. It's the main offline showcase of our work. Hundreds of people come. We present our community, our projects, our speakers. Over the years, speakers including Mikhail Svetov, Vita Jedlichka, the president of Liberland, and New Hampshire Senator Yuri Polozov. Next project is the Montelibero Fund. It is the largest and oldest corporate member of our community. It works like an endowment. It is a crypto investment structure that helps members diversify risks. Since 2021, the fund has paid monthly rewards from dozens of participant projects. Its tokens are widely used to support social initiatives. The Montelibero Association is the largest public holder of these tokens. Because part of the assets is in Bitcoin, the fund survived all crises and grew 6 times since 2021. Its total capitalization is more than 40 Bitcoin. The third fund, it is our charity fund. It works on donation and has its own endowment. It manages more than 25,000 euros per month. The donors make decisions together. The fund has already supported dozens of social projects. It supported the first books about cryptocurrency written in the Montenegrin language. And he's author of this book will be a speaker tomorrow. And also you can see a different book on our merch table. It's a translation to Serbian or Montenegrin language, the book about free cities. You can buy it. Baseline, it's a blockchain social network. This is a public protocol created by the Montelibero Association. It allows social communication directly inside the blockchain. It is the next step after tokenization. It's used for recommendations, decentralized credit rating, conflict alerts, family links, faction membership, and community progress. Even several marriages were registered through this protocol. Breakfasts. There is a regular offline community meetups. People meet, eat, and talk. They have existed for many years in Montenegro. Since 2025, they also take place in Argentina and Serbia. For many newcomers, breakfasts are the first offline contact with the community. MTL Alert, it's our emergency response group. It works like a Ministry of Emergency Situations. They run first aid training, promote radio communications, and organize hikings and survival events. They also do ecological projects and help maintain tourist trails. We also organize thematic camps as a part of MTL Alert. We have already held 3 of them. First club of Montelibero. This is our offline community space. It hosts meetings, lectures, workshops, language groups, children's events, and celebrations. It's our cultural center and shared home. MTL-TV, this is our media team that creates videos for YouTube. They have recorded more than 250 interviews and other videos. They create the main visual story of the project. MTL Media, this is a media network of Montelibero. It includes the website, channels, and more than 150 chats. It has its own team of correspondents. It publishes daily news and organized information campaigns. Meetups program. There are regular online meetings on our public platform. They help maintain contacts, constant dialogue inside the community. We invite strong speakers and experts. MonteWiki. This is our main knowledge base. It's filled by the participants themselves. It has 115 authors, 613 pages, and more than 5,000 changes. It includes guides for relocations, practical advice offers, and personal and business pages. Crypto wallets. We have two crypto wallets, MTL wallet and Sondre. There are our own gateways to the blockchain. They make interaction with the Montelibero ecosystem easier. They provide different levels for custody and support features like delegation and recommendation. They are sometimes like our own digital public services. Diaspora, this is a network of local chats in different countries. There are more than 15 local Montelibero groups around the world. They build their own local communities inside the global ecosystem. MTL City. This is our first compact settlement in the Mediterranean coast. It's a place where we test practical steps of creating a free society on a real land. We live close to each other and solve everyday issues together. There are weekly meetups, local breakfasts, and a non-profit workshop that supports different technical initiatives. Crowd is our crowdfunding platform. It was launched a few months ago by the Guild of Programmers with the support of the Montelibero Association. It is fully built on the blockchain and allows decentralized fundraising for different social projects. So far, 8 social projects have used the platform. 3 of them have already finished their campaigns successfully and are now being implemented. One of these projects is actually this festival. Its total more than 4,000 euros have been raised through the platform. Right now, a new campaign collecting funds for safer technology gateways on Stellar, for emergency food supplies for MTL Alert, for a digital tool to fight wildfires in Montenegro, and for a separate project to protect MTL city from fire. Recently, a strong teacher from Moscow who has trained many national and international winners of school Olympiads launched a campaign to write a book about how to raise a libertarian child. Association service program that includes the support team, the social entrepreneurship accelerator, the technology accelerator, the communication and mediation program, Skynet, it's our Telegram bots, we use it every day, and the text production program. In total, there are 24 services programs that develop different aspects of Montelibero. Yeah, we're close to end. As you see, members of Montelibero work in many different areas. Everyone can find something interesting to do, and if not, they can start a new project themselves. This is an end of my talk. Please visit our website and subscribe to our Telegram channel. If you don't have time to ask me your question now, you can message me later. Thank you. And now you can ask questions.
Thank you for the presentation. On one of your earlier slides, you had the different demographics of Montenegro, and at the bottom it said there were 50 activists. What's the nature of an activist? What do they do? And is it prescribed, or do they have a special agenda that they perform?
We call that activists the people who make activities in our society. They work on our programs, in our project that so like this and like different. So they not just chatting in chats or just reading our news. They proactive doing something in Montelibero. Don't understand. Can you repeat?
Can you share a PDF so it's easier for me to look at later?
This presentation?
Yes.
Yes, I can. you can contact me by these contacts. This is my Telegram nickname, and you can find me by my phone and ask what you want. Yes, if you don't have any other questions, thank you. And join us in Montelibero. Thank you.
Thank you, Valery. Let's have I have another one. Let's have 15-minute break, and then Timur, our headliner, will
Надеюсь,
have,
ничего не понятно было.
his lecture.
Мне очень понравилось. Всё,
We'll
А
meet
знаешь
in,
почему?
5 minutes.
Акцент.
понятно.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Timur Artemev, entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, who will read lecture, The World I Want for Myself, My Relatives, and All of Humanity. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, guys. Do you hear me well? Right? Oh, good. I would prefer if our talk will be interactive. So please interrupt me, ask questions, because I may tell something you will be not interested to, right? So I have like two different ideas what I can how we can utilize the next 1 hour. One is, first of all, I'm grateful for Montelibero to sponsor one of the most important, or probably the most prominent libertarian conference in Buenos Aires this August. And I gave speech in that conference, and President of Argentina came that evening as well. So it is a big event even for him. And so this is my presentation from that conference, and I will make this kind of long story short. So this is the first thing, and probably the ideas from this presentation will help me to explain what kind of world I think we should dream of, or we can dream, or at least contemplate. Please raise hands if you don't understand something I can, because some words I learned only recently, even though living in the UK in London for 17 years. And of course, after that, I will be happy to answer questions if you will not have earlier. So, long story short, you probably know this book, Atlas Shrugged. It's one of the most prominent libertarian books. And we are now in this kind of part when madness is going on in the world, in my opinion. So democracy doesn't work. So we can either just wait, do nothing, or we can run away, and Elon Musk is doing it. Like, there are 4 different strategies, right? Either being idle with the hope nothing will happen, or run away to Mars. The third thing is fight. The fourth thing is make it just give more pleasure to abusers. So anyway, for me, what I am saying is kind of a fight, but not direct, like more smart fight just to compete. A little bit about me. I was born in 1974. It was late USSR. It was peaceful country, we thought. This is my school, 1991, you can find me there. So this was my dream. I was dreaming that we are a great country and we will build starships. I made a business with my business partner. We used to sell mobile phones. It went big. And there was more than 100 mobile phones in every outlet, but only one book, this one. So Amazon used to sell books, and after started to sell everything else. We sold mobile phones and started to sell books, but only one. And I wanted to remind you guys that we are living in extremely unnatural conditions. And not just living, we were born unnaturally. Even the time our mothers was pregnant with us was quite a natural time compared to our DNA. So we think that we are far from tribalism. But actually, only last 4,600 years, we are living not in tribes. Before that, it was, agriculture was kind of a big families, but it was similar to tribes. And 10,000 years ago, and earlier before that, it was tribes. So if you think how many generations passed since the first empire, it was only 230 generations. And if you think that to domesticate an animal, you need tens of generations of really hard selection, and this is not what happened over the last 4,600 years. So there was no hard selection. Then it's quite logically to come to an idea that we are actually tribal animals. And all and every effort for states to say, whatever, you have to be an animal which belongs to state and have patriotic feelings about millions and tens of millions of people, or you have to stay in family, which is just a simple tribe, one man, one woman. So tribe being made by two people. It's, in my humble opinion, really unnatural to our genes. Of course, in tribes there was family formed. There was dual relationship man and woman. But there was a much bigger, sensible relationship with 50 closest people, like 30, 40, 50 closest, and the entire tribe was like 150 people, 200 people max. And you can even see in companies, when company grows up to 180, 200 people, there is a crisis. So company cannot grow up more if you don't change the culture. So I tend to think that we are not those Mr. Smiths who are being made for Matrix or for Empire. We are still tribal animals. And I just saying that, for example, Akkadian Empire era was 4,600 years ago. And that's how I generate. So if you think that average woman would give birth between 12 and 30, so then average age of giving birth is 20, so 100 years is 5 generations, right? So 1,000 years is 500 generations, so 4,600 years is just 230 generations, not too much. And I wanted to show you this thing, because look about the horses. Mustangs are free animals, big, free animals. They need grass. They don't need humans. They don't need humans at all. But somehow, humans made those horses to serve them in wars and die, which is totally unnatural to horses' DNA, right? And I think what we see, the evolution of states, they actually making us like those horses, you know, just serve their wars. And even in Russia, in China as well, there are some voices and experiments. Let's do soldiers. Let's change DNA or select humans who will grow up as designated soldiers. I don't know, do you know a movie, Never Let Me Go? Any recollection? So that when children grew up to be taken for organs to be taken from them. Did you see? No? Just look, this is one of the hardest things to see, because those children grew their entire life that they have to sacrifice their organs at age like 17. And you know, mentally, they could not change their paradigm. They all went to actually donate their organs, even though they felt it's unnatural. So I just wanted you to, like, you know, explore your own feelings. Do you believe you are who you're being told to be? Because you were taught all your entire life to have certain values. But are they your values? Or is just a matrix which wants you to serve it? And think about North and South Korea, right? Obviously. Same people, different result. And we have millions of people from ex-USSR, so that was about Russian-speaking community. And millions of people are in exile, and they lost their country. In their country, there is a zombie apocalypse. And there are also Belarus. Many of them cannot live in Belarus. There is also Ukraine. Some of them don't want to live in Ukraine. So there is a huge community which actually need to have needs, cultural needs. They cannot assimilate easily in any country. They want to unite because they have some important feelings which are not satisfied now. And so again, thanks to Montelibero to bring me to there. So it was a presentation about Montelibero, and me particularly, I'm making the project Civilization. Yegor is here as well, and Valery is here as well. We are in that project. The key thing about this project is to unite those, particularly in this project, Russian-speaking people, because this one is on Russian, but there is another group on English. And the most important idea which I want to bring to this project is it should be no leader. It doesn't matter whether the leader is good or bad. Leader can be benevolent, the best leader in the world, but I don't want that. I don't want any king, tsar, anyone else. I want effectively a parliament. And what I'm trying to convince others to do is deliberative democracy with elements of liquid democracy, with elements of meritocracy. However, basically, and the most important, still democracy when everyone has got own voice. But on the top of that, there are some addendums which could help to prevent this democracy from populism. And you know, current democracies are completely hijacked now. So, and you know, lots of, hello? I had lost. So you know there are lots of projects like Zuzalu, Nuanu, and others. Like for example, I am flying next week to Ora Bora. So there are lots of teams to unite. There are lots of teams who united already, and they built something. But every team is doing it its own way, experimenting, and not always successfully. So this is kind of a world of, a world of my dream. And you may see here a justice, because that was particularly made for the Your Justice startup, decentralized autonomous organization. But you can see, for example, tribal people, and at the same time starships are flying. So I think it's totally natural to build a future, civilization which will, on one hand, be united, and not like United Nations, but united people. And on another hand, those 8 billion people being united as united people, I mean, it's not the sounds. At the same time, they can choose their own tribes, maybe 1 or 2. I don't think they will have more time. And effectively, within those 1 or 2 tribes, they will have a close connection with 30, 40, 50 people. Maybe sometime it may be your ex-wife and current wife, whatever. But still your children are with you, and you kind of bringing them together, and you solving your problems together. And as a person who divorced in England, I can tell you, if lawyers are not involved, you can save your relationship with your ex-wife. If lawyers are involved, they will make everything, they will drive everything crazy. So that's why I want, this is kind of part of my dream. And Yegor tomorrow will tell you about an infrastructure, an ecosystem we make with the MetaState Foundation. So I will leave it to Yegor. And of course, if you are interested, you can just use your QR code for iOS or for Android to download that identification application. And this is kind of an interesting experience. So if tomorrow you will already have this, but I guess you need a document, either passport or driving license or something else, right? But probably Yegor can provide a code. So if you will download it, read about it, you can tomorrow even play, send each other messages, and explore how things can work. And yeah, I will leave this page with QR code for a little longer if you will tend to use it. And Yegor, you can use it as well. So, and at the end of presentation, I made it short. I just want to remind you about Mustangs, right? Those creatures, they can live without brutal force of human civilization, and they can be free. And they don't need to have wars. They can just live and enjoy their life. And that's what I want you to think. Because really, we are here to live our own life. So it's much better to go back to our instincts, live accordingly to our DNA, and of course, at the same time, use and exploit all the achievements of human civilization, but not on the way where we have now United Nations and nation states and lots of armies and effectively every single family funding armies. We have funding one army which just consume a lot of our resources just to be fit and to fight with another army, which again consume taxpayers' money. And effectively, we're just paying for endless military training. I'm not saying that we should not fund army, but I'm saying that there are ways which would be way more efficient than now. So that's it, right? This is the idea. And if you have questions about, and yes, and this is English-speaking WhatsApp group. And what I'm saying here is A is the last part of trilogy, Atlas Shrugged. And this part is effectively when they actually started to act, when they decided to be a force, not just complain, not just run away, but be a force, unite and do something. So, because talking about the world I would like to have for me, for my children, for everyone, for humanity, there are lots of sides. I would prefer if you guys would ask me something and I would explain, because this is kind of an elephant, and the question is just which side you would be interested to talk about. Do you have any ideas or questions? Yes, please.
Can you tell us more about project Civilization 1.0?
Yes, Civilization project. How it started? 2.5 years ago, there was a meeting in Berlin with the Russian opposition leaders. And many of those Russian opposition leaders, they have between 1 million or 10 million followers on YouTube. So, but no one can represent Russians in exile. No one can represent and say that person is supported. FBK, the structure behind Alexei Navalny, who was already arrested at the time, they said, no, you guys, you will join us. We are not going to join your assembly. So I'm not that kind of leader. I don't have a million YouTube channel. So I looked at those guys and I realized they will come to an agreement, unfortunately. They are all already politicians with their auditorium. They cannot easily change things. And a few months later, a lot of prominent Russian-speaking guys with money, with resources, with intelligence, with abilities. They met again in Berlin, but it was a completely different crowd. And the question was, okay, we cannot stop war, unfortunately, but we are in exile, we cannot go back to Russia. What can we do, not to assimilate like Russians 100 years ago, but actually to keep that culture, which was like pro-Western culture, about peace, about cooperation, about globalization, integration, and not about Russia being isolated. And from that conversation, there was an initiative group. We met many times, and we finally came to an idea that we have to fund an ecosystem, an IT ecosystem, which effectively will serve as an electronic and algorithmic government in the future. And we start to build those elements, and Igor will present it to you guys tomorrow. But half a year ago, I started to make meetings with Russian-speaking people, and those are Ukrainians and Belarus guys and Kazakhstan guys. So it's effectively ex-USSR. Latvia, doesn't matter. Anyone who speaks Russian. There are some people from Argentina as well. So they are missing that good Russia. They are missing that country which wanted to be global, wanted to do business, wanted to cooperate, wanted to be peaceful, effectively wanted to join NATO 25 years ago, to be part of just a global alliance, or 20 years ago, to be precise. And interesting thing is that every Wednesday on 12 at European time, like Berlin time, at noon, we have a call for 2 hours. And on the top of that, during the week, we have some other action points to do. And people are coming regularly on this call, talking for 2 hours about the community they built. They want to discuss, we're discussing values, we're discussing principles. I do hope that we will discuss mission before the end of this year. It's a hard talks, but the key thing is those people are having extraordinary abilities. Some of them are ultra wealthy, ultra rich, high net worth individuals. Some of them are having amazing skills in software development. Some of them having big resources in terms of PR and access to public. So, but the most important thing is this crowd effectively having a just direct handshake contact with everyone in Russia, literally with, maybe not with Putin, but with everyone who is a right person for us. Yeah. So and that's why I think it is, as soon as it will define its values, it may attract really high-profile people, and this is the potential to become effectively a legitimate organization without a leader, with effectively a parliament consisted from at least 400 people, but no more than 10,000. So that's kind of idea. So lawmaking idea is it's a democracy together with the parliament, like Senate, between 400 and 10,000 of, let's say, wise, trusted people. And executive part is algorithm, transparent algorithm, not AI. It can be AI assisted, of course, but algorithm itself is open source. and that algorithm can attract experts, but still be visible. So if you have a demand, and you see how your demand is going through the system, right? Then you will see where it is actually got stuck, right? Whether it's awaiting expert opinion or whether it's awaiting something else. But all the decisions must be clearly made with logic, some logic, which is clear and obvious. So the composition of effectively a president structure or a personal decision-making structure to an algorithm where you can attract experts, but you don't have a bureaucrat who makes decisions, right? I think this is an important part. And of course, the third part is courts, but courts is kind of another story. It is also has to be an independent, but it's a long story, so not for now to explain. Hopefully, I did answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. It's very profound answer. Just last thing, where can I know more about this project? Is it this one link? Or
yeah, this link is for English speaking because I assume I'm speaking English, but please come to me later and I will tell you more. Yeah, sure, I'm here. So I already kind of saying that for me it is important, at least for Russian community, not to have a leader. And the biggest problem, and to have a parliament. So the biggest problem is that we actually always lived in a country where we would probably rather have a man in power who is in power just by force. Not because people would believe in him, not because people would believe in God and like kings. Yeah? With Europe, there are kings, but people say, oh, king is because we believe in God, and king is God's representative. That was, again, not always true justification. Not all of them believe in that, but Russia, I think it's more brutal even. So Russia was, and it's written in a book, that Russia was always a country where power was a disaster for humans, for communities. So not like in Europe, where businessmen would be taxed by local feudal. In Russia, it was always different. People was not taxed for years, and after that, Tsar or Tsar's, how to say, Oprichnina, it's called Tsar's army, would go and just grab everything, like a disaster. Yeah, grab young men to recruit them to army, etc. And I think it is important to bring that culture of not orienting on a human decision, on one single person who is in power, and orient more on feeling of our self-sovereignty and cooperation and ability to come to an agreement with certain values. But this is hard because it requires faith. It requires set of beliefs, fundamental beliefs. And in Russia, it's really hard to identify what is actually our mutual fundamental beliefs. It requires philosophy. And for many years, being philosopher in Russia means like being, you know, a margin, being at the bottom of social ladder. And yeah, and most importantly, it requires healthy people, because most of Russians are deeply traumatized, mentally traumatized from childhood, from early childhood. Yeah, so this kind of difficult task, but hopefully we will identify the path how to make it, at least with the Russians in exile, who are presumably kind of more healthy than those who stayed with Putin. So that's the idea. So I can tell you, for example, how I see, for example, army should be, right? Or I can tell you how taxation should be. Or I can tell you how, like, relationship between people should be, like family relationship should be, or any other aspects you would like to ask. Yes, please.
again, they withdrew themselves from the society. And physically, they went to live in a separate place and not participating anymore in the normal society. That was their solution. How does it connect to the civilization project, and what's your vision of the future for you?
Yeah. Look, what you're describing is actually a middle of that trilogy. So you're describing second book. Second part. I tell you honestly, I was lazy. Because that book was 1,400 pages. That I will try to find it now. So I read 1,200 pages, and after the last 200, I just read by a diagonal. It was already like boring for me. But at the end of the book, they actually start to act. They start to act not just to live in their valley, but they came and took power over their country. So that's what I do remember, reading it 20 years ago. Yeah.
Thank you for your speech. Sorry, I missed the beginning, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood you correctly about the parliament part. So what kind of decisions is it supposed to make, and on which behalf, where?
Yeah, your question is perfectly legitimate, right? So what is any parliament would be illegitimate, not legitimate at all, right? But the key thing is, this is a chicken and egg problem. We are not legitimate because there is only few of us. If it would be a big community, like millions of tens of millions of people, we would be powerful. But how to get those tens of millions of people together? So my idea is that we have enough resources and enough ideas to actually make it big. And of course, this is not, to build and say, oh, we're going to pretend on whatever, power in any country, right? Not that. I think we have to go from the top. So we have to discuss first, what is actually our mutual values, real values, which could unite tens of millions of people. It's not about being libertarian or being communist. It's more about being safe, right? Whether you're communist or libertarian, it is important for you to be safe, so human rights. It's more about probably our planet, right? Ecology. It doesn't matter whether you are, want to do some bad things or good things, you still want to have children and probably live and breathe with clean air, right? So probably ecology is part of that. And there are other aspects like this which is important for everyone who can sensibly think. And of course, like child abuse. No one wants child abuser to be there. Doesn't matter what kind of ideology you have. And okay, so, and I think what we should realize, United Nations doesn't work because concept of nations doesn't work. We don't have really United Nations. We have Security Council, just out of few countries with nuclear weapons. That Security Council mostly dictate what's going on our planet. Of course, together with other clubs and communities. But this is effectively not our planet. This planet, it belongs to just 10,000 people. And the rest are just serving. There are cowboys, 10,000 cowboys, and we are like cows. They tax us like milk. They breed us for children, for new taxpayers. And in England, for example, you have 40% inheritance tax. So if I die today, the state will take 40% of my wealth. Not to my children, but just the state. So I consider myself a little bit like a cow. And not free-range cow. relatively free-range cow. So, so I think we should unite first, not to pretend for power in any country, but to pretend to say we are united, like millions or tens of millions of people, to solve issues which are not being solved by United Nations. We are here to help United Nations in areas where United Nations got stuck. And helping, making progress, showing that we are really real doers. I do hope we will get millions or tens of millions of people out of 8 billion, right? And if we will gain that momentum, from that position we can make more, and we can think about something bigger. I don't know if you got it. No? No. You didn't get it.
Not at all.
So we need to have clean planet, right? For example, can I show you? There is. Could you please show the website odds.eco? Like odds, like what are the odds? .eco, if you can. Yeah.
I'll try.
Yeah. So
I'll ask you to repeat.
yes. Like what are the odds? You know, ODDS, right? odds.eco. .eco, not ecology. No. Ecology, ECO, yeah. So if you go on this website, then this website I made for my son, because he is passionate about space. And I'm saying, look, son, there is a problem. If you just click the problem, space junk, space debris, right? There are more than one. There are more than 1 million space debris. And for example, recently a Chinese station was hit by one of that space debris, right? We need to solve it. No one is solving it for 3 decades. No one is actually doing anything. And this is just an idea, but I already validated it with the director of NASA Ames, right? So you don't need United Nations to actually build a spacecraft and start to clean space. And you need that for the entire humanity. So it's not about country, it's not about Ukraine or Russia or US or England or Montenegro. We all need space to be clean. And through these kind of projects, we can be a united people organization and we can be big. Right?
How can your project Civilization to help people to defend themselves against the states, which is the main problem of people?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's too early to say that civilization can help people to defend from states. We are now identifying the less obvious and more remote issue, but which is a core for us. It's sovereignty, but not sovereignty like we all want, sovereignty from states. We are defining first sovereignty from sovereignty in internet, at least digital sovereignty, right? For us to be able to assemble and get together via digital means, so at least stay connected. Of course, if something is happening with someone, hopefully community will start to help by various ways as tribe, right? If you have a tribe of 200 people and something is going bad with you, then presumably those people will do their best to help you, because tomorrow you will help one of the member of your tribe, right? But digital sovereignty is what we are starting for now, and this is the just first point. And just for you to remember, we started only 6 months ago, right? So it's still at the stage when we discussing our principles, our core principles, and our mission. But of course, defending our members, and it's even more broad, defending people with the same values, like our values, is our principle, which has been agreed. So we are going to do it somehow. We don't know. Everything is individual.
But states already have an answer to any digital sovereignty projects. For example, a project of chat control in European Union.
And that's why Yegor tomorrow will tell you about our ecosystem, which is having completely different principle that all your data must be yours, right? And there are some algorithms you can choose.
The device is not yours. It is under control.
This is true, but as a community, I'm a radio electronic engineer, yeah? I can understand how my phone works. Of course, I don't have that team to go through it, but you can build your own mobile phone. But you have to think beyond that. You have to build your satellite orbital systems, right? Because you want, what do you want? You want to have your own phone, which has been built by a trusted community, and your phone is connected to a satellite, which has been built by and launched by your trusted community, so you know everything is legitimate. There is no hidden spies. If secret services are spying on you, it can be only via legitimate channels, community agreed, to prevent whatever, terrorism, whatever, right? And you have data centers probably in space, and they are sovereign then. No one can, like Elon Musk is now doing, exactly the same. They're launching data centers in space, right? So, and then yes, but it's a long journey. It's like tens of years journey, right? So it's not going to be solved tomorrow, but we have to start it, and we have started it already.
You didn't explain the principles, but the direction that you're articulating is, I think, very good. It's a very good initiative, and it's very interesting. My question is, because I'm involved in a project with very, very similar aim as this one, also with a global initiative. And when you mentioned about the idea to, eventually bring in 1 million or tens of millions of people who are involved in this process, my question is, what, for instance, you have this weekly call. And once you get so many more people who are interested to support your initiative, one call isn't going to be enough to hear all the voices or to let people voice. And I'm wondering, have you thought about the transition of how to break up that community into smaller subsets in order to still move towards the same thing? Or is it all going to be under one primary umbrella?
No, of course, no primary umbrella. I wouldn't call it umbrella. I would rather call it a framework, right? I would do all possible fights with other members of community to have less rules and the thinnest and smallest framework we ever able to achieve, right? Because I strongly believe it should be only very few principles which would be like mandatory for everyone. And after that, people would spread to to their tribes and live there. And yes, of course, it is impossible for people to have conversations during a 2-hour call if there are even thousands of people, right? Not even hundreds will be too difficult. But what's possible to do is, who read about Ludwig Wittgenstein, the philosopher? So an Austrian philosopher, Ludwig Wittgenstein, was a positivist, so his idea was to define every term. And after kind of a couple of decades, he realized there is no language. So language is an illusion. Defined language is an illusion. So we can count how many people sitting in this room, and it will be equal to amount of languages who are sitting in the room. Every person has unique language. And language works only in a context. So without context, language doesn't exist, really. You cannot define things. But the great invention, recent invention, is large language models, right? So then, if everyone will have personal LLM trained to own context, which will be updated with that person context every day, effectively, you know that Plaid and other startups, which you carry on, and your AI knows everything what's going on with you. So then, you don't need to participate in a call, in a conference call. All what you need is you can tell your ideas to your LLM, and your model, your AI will translate it to others with the way the others can understand, right? So through 2 models, or maybe even 3, so like intermediate model, a model of your tribe or your community, right? Through that, you can, instead of sitting and hearing obvious things which you already know and you like just politely waiting for other to finish their phrases, you don't need to do it. You just speak with your model, getting ideas and synchronizing with others. So then it will work with millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, doesn't matter. And of course, the framework must be only few rules. And the rest is not subject to civilization, but subject to smaller community, not global one. Yeah, you wanted to ask a question, yeah.
Yeah, I did. So for me, testing. So for me, I feel like the holy grail for state power would be a digital surveillance system, and a digital surveillance system connected to, for example, like in China, a social credit system. The keystone to that would be a digital ID, where anything you do and everything you do, whether it's online or offline, would be recorded on a blockchain, and there would be no hiding from the state to get away from taxes or anything. So how is a digital ID supposed to help with freedom?
Okay. It is important thing that, you know, I guess everyone has knives at the kitchen, right? And access to have wood, right? But we're not saying knives are bad. We're saying you can commit crime with a knife. Same thing with surveillance. Surveillance helps us not to have a lot of police, right? It helps us to prevent crimes. But, of course, if surveillance is used on a bad way in a bad hands, then it is a problem. Same thing with digital ID. Without digital ID, you don't know with whom you're talking to. You may think it's a fair and honest person, but it may be a highly sophisticated bot which knows all the psychological tricks to brainwash you, right? And the technology is amazing. You know, you can, the model of Claude and Gemini together can win arguments with lots of smart people. Yeah, so this is an important thing, and Yegor will going to tell it to you tomorrow, that digital ID is essential, but you have to understand that meaning, what digital ID means, because there are authentication, there are authorizations, and so there are many different terminology. You have to really identify the difference, know the difference between them. It is important that everyone will be digitally sovereign, having digital ID or persistent number in community or in civilization, but still being able to be anonymous if, of course, there is no certain crimes which at some point a notary or someone trusted will make a de-anonymization if, of course, if there is a crime and there is a court ruling that this particular ID has to be identified with the person. But if you go, well, let's say you go to the shop or you go somewhere to buy an alcohol, you don't need to tell your name. You're just showing an ID, and ID says I'm above 21, right? Or if you know. So the key thing is not whether every sword, I mean, can be double-edged. Yeah. So the key thing, the technology should be used on a proper and controlled way. And same thing with reputation. So I'm sure everyone has got one-to-one reputation. So we all tend to think about other people, whether we think those people are good or bad, right? But this is a great big difference between reputation and ratings or scorings, because ratings and scorings are being made by organizations, governments, corporations, doesn't matter, organizations, right? And reputation is one-to-one between humans, right? And that's what we are also building is reputation mechanics, just to reflect what already exists, not to build anything above that, just for you to be able to know what others doing, what others thinking about someone. Same thing with if you're an Uber driver or Bolt driver, you can see there is a person who wants to be your client, and you see whether you want to pick up that person or not. Right? So it's already 6 p.m. I don't know, guys. Look, I am here, and 9 o'clock in the bar, yeah? Or how it's going on, yeah? So I'm not going to drink an alcohol, but I'm happy to, to drink water while you're drinking alcohol, yeah? Or just water, yeah. I would recommend water, yeah.
Thank you, Timur.
Guys, now we will have a 10-minute break, and then Mr. introduce Glenn Cripe.
Okay, thank you. Hey, it works? Good, good, good. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here and meet you all. I've met one or two of you before, but most everybody, this is the first time. So this is exciting. And I'm here to meet new friends and to hear about your projects and to understand more about what you're doing and to explain what I'm doing and how we can work together. In my programs, we teach young people in developing countries the ideas of classical liberal thinking, free market economics, and we challenge them to find private, civil solutions to problems, which may mean building a new city or a new state or starting a business. But this is what we challenge them to do. So I think there's a natural fit between some of your projects. You can visit us and participate with our program. We can find people to refer to you. So I'm here to learn as much as possible and go visit Montelibero, I hope, tomorrow or the next day. My organization is Language of Liberty Institute. I've chosen the title of Spreading Freedom in Faraway Places because that's a good way to summarize what I'm doing at this point in life. By the way, does anybody have any idea what day today is in the United States? Besides Thursday. I know some of you do. It's a day to be homesick, isn't it? Maybe not. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving Day. And it's my favorite day of the year. It's a holiday, big holiday, and it's especially important because we celebrate our diversity and our good fortune and our opportunity and our freedom. And we do it with our closest family and friends. We also expand the family and friends because one thing we really like to do is we like to meet people from other countries. We like to meet immigrants, since most of us were immigrants, or our parents or our grandparents were. We have this strong sense of mixing people together and welcoming other people. I'm not talking about the government, but this is the attitude of most American people. And Thanksgiving is a day when we reach out. We have a new neighbor from Mexico, or we have a new neighbor from Russia, or Montenegro, or somewhere. Let's invite them to join us, to our family. And they bring a special dish and put it on the table. We learn about them. So today, it's an honor to be here and expand my family in another way. Probably we're not going to have turkey for dinner, but we'll have something good, I'm sure. So I feel thankful that I'm here with you and we can share ideas and learn new things. So by now you know I'm American citizen. People ask me where I'm from. And this is a little bit simple question, but a complicated answer. I was born in the Chicago area. Sometimes that's all I say. I say I'm from Chicago. I haven't lived there for a long time, but that's a simple answer. Maybe more interesting answer is that I've lived in about 12 different places in many different states and different climates. There's a song from a Broadway musical called I Was Born Under a Wandering Star. And that's how I feel. Where is home? Well, part of the answer is where my brothers live and my nephews. Part of the answer is my birthplace, which I haven't visited for many years. Part of it is the places where I worked and other places where I lived and worked. So I put red dots in the different places I've lived. I don't have time to tell you details, but these pictures remind me of this idea, this song, of being born under a wandering star. And some of the words from the song, when I get to heaven, tie me to a tree, or I'll begin to roam, and soon you know where I will be. I know where hell is. Hell is in hello. And heaven means goodbye. It's time for me to go. So I enjoy wandering and saying hello. I haven't actually lived in the States for several years. A few years ago, I got a residence visa, long-term residence in Italy. So now my base is in Italy, and I put a red spot where I'm registered, which is in Perugia in the center. It's about the only part of Italy that doesn't have a seacoast. That's not a bad place. I have a lot of friends there. So that's my home base, but I don't stay there very long either. I try to spend winters in southern Spain because it's the warmest, sunniest place I can find that has reasonable travel connections and reasonable cost of living. Maybe you wonder, where did I come from? Why do I have white skin and blonde hair? Well, used to be. My father's ancestors 300 years ago came from southwestern Germany. So that's my name. We don't know if it's German or French. It could be either one because it's by the border, and the spelling probably changed. My mother's parents, 100 years ago, came from eastern Slovakia, right by the border. So when I grew up thinking that I was from Czechoslovakia, or they were from Czechoslovakia, because that was the name. Then we later learned, well, that's actually not right. It's actually Slovakia. And then when the borders changed and the wall fell and so on, and we could travel, I went there. I wanted to find out exactly where they were and the villages. And I discovered that they weren't really Czech people, and they weren't really Slovak people. They were Rusini people, which nobody ever heard of before. Okay, so anyway, that's me. Half German, half Rusini. And then I did a little more research about thinking about Austrian economics. And who were these people and where did they come from? So we're thinking about Karl Menger and von Mises and Milton Friedman, maybe a little, sort of. And they came from the same area. So I thought that was kind of cool, that my ancestors' home is right in the middle of all of that. My ancestors were not economists. They had no education at all. They were poor peasants. They didn't go to high school. They couldn't read or write their own language. So I grew up with some sort of libertarian ideas from a family that was not really an intellectual family, but a practical family, philosophical in a practical way, very common sense way. I grew up with this idea, I know you've seen this expression, there's no such thing as a free lunch, which we think was said by Milton Friedman, but maybe it was Heinlein. My mother, the wisest person in my life, said the same thing, but she said, Glenn, the world doesn't owe you a living. And if you think about it, it's the same thing, right? This is a libertarian idea, responsibility, self-sufficiency, and so on. So this is a supermom with the right philosophy. That's what I grew up with. Very quick summary, what have I done? Did I ever grow up? Or what have I done since leaving home? I got my formal education at Indiana University. I studied languages and business and music. I went to work in IT. I worked in IT for 30 years as a developer, and then as a consultant, and then as a trainer teaching other programmers, other developers, new languages and new tools. Along the way, I discovered Ayn Rand. That was in 1970. Discovered Harry Browne. Started reading other economists and philosophers that that organized my thinking, taking these practical ideas I got from my parents and in a more formal structure. And the training experience got me thinking, maybe I could, I love teaching programming languages to really smart developers, but maybe I could teach free market economics, or I could teach classical liberal ideas to really smart young people. So as I look back, there's a natural progression from these different areas into what I'm doing now with the Language of Liberty Institute. Now, another way of saying it is I started to think about what I could do to advance freedom. Working in IT was great, but I started thinking, all right, well, I've read enough of this. I want to do something to influence other people. I want to spread the ideas of freedom somehow. Does anybody have, I know some of you, many of you have read Ayn Rand. Do you possibly remember in We the Living, the first part of the second half of the book? She writes about St. Petersburg, her home. And this is a little bit about what she wrote. Does that look familiar? I'm really curious, how many of you read Rand or were introduced to Rand in Russian? I think many of you. And some of you were introduced to Ayn Rand in English. I know some of you. Okay, well, I studied Russian for a year at university, and so I can read it, but I don't really understand it and I don't speak it. You need a lot more than that. But I know if it was translated. I can read the Russian translation and I can say, yeah, they got that right, more or less. Anyway, this wonderful description for 3 or 4 pages of St. Petersburg. In 1993, I had the opportunity to work with some young Russians to translate, or we organized a project to translate her novels and some essays into Russian. And this was the first time in her native language in her hometown. So that was very exciting. 1993 was an exciting time in Russia. Many places, all of Eastern Europe, very exciting. So it was an opportunity to visit and to see the city. And one afternoon, we organized a tour in a taxi, and we were holding We the Living and reading her description of what we were seeing in the city. The best guidebook in the world. It was fantastic. And so these 3 photos, I have about 20, but I took those from the window of the taxi while reading the words from We the Living. And then we got really curious. Can we find where she actually lived? And we didn't have much information. And you know, all the records had been destroyed and there was no private property for 80 years. So this needed detective work. One piece of information was the address in her passport when she went to the US. And this is the address, Dmitrovsky Prospect. And so we went there, and that building is there, and that apartment was there, and I took 2 pictures of it. And we wanted to, we were so excited, we wanted to knock on the door and say, you're living in Ayn Rand's apartment. But we didn't do that. If you're the person living in that apartment now, what would you think if somebody came to your door? What, are they crazy? You call the police or something. But that's what we wanted to do. We were excited. The other information we had was that we knew her father was a pharmacist, and they lived for a time, I guess it was in the later years when the revolution was happening, because they watched it from their window, and they lived above the pharmacy. And we knew that she went to the technology university that was close to their apartment. So we said, maybe we can figure out. So we figured out where would be a pharmacy, if it exists today, near the Technology Institute with apartments above it. And this is what we found. And there is a pharmacy, or there was in 1993. There was a pharmacy. So we decided, okay, this must be it. This must be her, another home. Anyway, this is the first, these are the results of our project. There were other books and there were other editions. And what Timur showed you, the pictures he showed you of Atlas Shrugged, this is a later edition. I was not involved with that, and I don't know the people, except now I know Timur. So it's exciting to me to see that this has gone on and influenced so many people. And you know, my partner at the time said, you know, Glenn, this won't change the world overnight. We would like, it's going to take a generation. It's going to take 30 years, 35 years to educate enough young Russians to spread these ideas and to influence the world. So another reason that I'm really thrilled and grateful to be here 30 years later is I can see some of the results of that. Some of you are the same age as my colleagues were at that time. And now you're changing the world. So that's very nice. This is what they look like, some of them. I still have a couple of copies that I carry around for special occasions when I talk to people who might appreciate what it really means. And a few years later, one of our friends in Ukraine, is time? Okay, I'm going to have to stop pretty quickly and continue tomorrow. He is now in Kiev. He's from Belarus. He produced a Ukrainian version. I don't know if anybody has seen that one, but I think the year was 1995. Okay, so I know we need to stop because we're running overtime, and probably you're getting ready for more social break. It's happy hour, isn't it? It already started? Okay, so tomorrow I'll continue here and tell you about our liberty camps and seminars in other countries. And we've been to 37 countries so far, and this is where we go. Yeah, so thank you very much, and we'll see you at happy hour, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now we have another 10-minute break, and then we'll have panel discussion. But while we are here, I'll show QR codes one more time because we need donations to cover expenses. And on the entrance, there are coupons for bar where we go further after panel discussion. If you take it, it also you one free drink. So please remember to take it. Thank you. 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our panel discussion, but before it, I'll repeat about donates and important announcement. I'll do it in 2 languages. After panel discussion, we are going to gather points to Bogart Craft Beer Bar. It's about 15 minutes out from here, and you can take on our reception on the entries QR code. Alexander, he is hanging his hand here. QR code for free. И на русском после панельной дискуссии идем в Bogart Bar. Это 15 минут. Можете просто там за нами идти. Вот. У Александра можно взять QR-код на бесплатный напиток. Вот. Но для этого к нему нужно подойти и явно сказать. Вот. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll give word to Igor Karasев, who is the moderator of this panel discussion. He is a member of Montelibero and cryptocurrency expert. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll say goodbye for today.
Thank you, Igor. Yeah, short announcement to the audience. I think we don't have micros for everybody, so if you want to take part in discussion, you can join here, sit closer to the guest. And yeah, welcome to the panel discussion of the first day of Montelibero Festival 2025, Zajedno Festival. It means together in Montenegrin. So we are here together, actually representing 5 projects, 5 communities. And the topic of our discussion is very broad, how communities make the world a better place. And the discussion is held in free format, so please, dear audience, do not hesitate to ask questions, like any questions, any guests, and dear speakers, do not hesitate to take your word. And I guess let's start, and as far as we're representing different communities, and I guess we are all playing a really long-term game. My first question is to all of you, like about your communities, is what is your community planning horizon? Is it just 1 year, or maybe 2 or 5 or 20 years? And how do you, as leaders or activists, see your communities in the future? Like, is it in long perspective and in short perspective? So, anyone who be the first? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Should I use this? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
it works. Well.
So the way I will tell you more tomorrow about what my idea of community is like in terms of the Liberty camps, as opposed to my family or my hometown. A Liberty camp is 4 or 5 days residential program for 30 or 35 young people, university age. We try to mix people from different countries and different languages, so they are forced to speak English as much as possible. That doesn't always work, but what we have for a week is a special community. Most of them don't know one another before they come. Most of them are quite new to the liberal ideas. So one of the exciting aspects of this is to see these young people who are, they're 20 or 22 years old, and they're meeting other like-minded people and discovering the ideas and getting very excited. Some of them don't sleep for 5 days. They sit at the campfire and they drink beer, and because they're discovering a new community, and that's very exciting. We go to places in Western Europe. We don't do much now because in Western Europe this stage has already happened. There are already, thanks to organizations like Students for Liberty, they have. So we go to countries that have a market for this, and then longer term, some of them will become organizers. They will become activists,
or they will become business people, they will become entrepreneurs, and they will build their own community based on the business ideas. I stop with that.
So building a real decentralized thing and community that will transfer to.
Yes, and this, what I just described, was all based on being together in person, as compared to what Timur was discussing with all online. So that for me, that's a very challenging, interesting idea. So there are different ways to do it. My way is intensely in person for 5 days, and then to motivate other people to carry on and to expand, to do more.
Thank you, Glenn. And Thomas, what is the planning horizon of Liberland?
That's a very good question. Sometimes it's the same day when we're trying to put out a fire, figuratively, not literally, or a week when we're asking settlers to come to be in Liberland and face the cold, face the river, face the police. So, and sometimes it's very short term. Of course, we do have a long-term perspective, about Liberland. Of course, we brought many architects on board to design beautiful, beautiful designs for Liberland, both on a large scale and on an individual scale. We work with a great architect named Sergio Bianchi from Rome, Italy, and he's done some beautiful designs for us that incorporate the nature from around the area on the Danube River. And I mentioned earlier in my talk, Patrick Schumacher has done some interesting stuff, the guy from Zaha Hadid Architects. So we have short term all the time. We have long term also, which we revisit from time to time and we present during our conferences. And we have medium term. And we're working on those medium term projects. Like we have Arc Village in Apatin, Serbia. We're working on Arc 2. That's something we've already had a lead architect on. We're already thinking about people we want to hire to work on it. And it's right next to our existing community in Apatin. And we have good relations with the local community, so that tells us we can start to plan for the medium term and long term. And we want to do a lot of other projects in the region. Of course, other communities like Prospera, like Liberstad, like Montelibero. Sometimes we have problems because of local governments, or police or something like that. And that makes showing our example a little more difficult, our proof of concept. Yes, we have great concepts and we have the right ideas and we have ideas that can make things work really well. It's just sometimes there's interference with them which disrupts that long-term planning. Like when we have to put up with the police all the time going through Croatia, then that kind of cuts down on our resources and our people who are the most important part of our project. So in spite of these challenges, we still try to maintain that long-term vision, and we want to create a stable, secure, free community that everyone can look to and be a part of if they want to be a part of it. The Croatians say, well, government people say, well, you Liberlanders, you can't even organize, your own security. You have to rely on us. Well, you guys don't even let us do that. You don't even let us build a concrete structure without you guys tearing it down a couple weeks later. You guys are trying to give us tickets for stupid little things that you don't even have jurisdiction in this area, because we went to the court in Croatia to sue them for stealing our stuff, and the court said, sorry, we don't have any jurisdiction, it's not Croatia. But the police can come in and take our stuff even if it's not their jurisdiction. So there's always challenges that interfere with our long-range vision and strategy, but it's still there. Never give up, that's what I say.
Sure. And the problem we are talking about is really common for liberty-seeking projects. This year, Montelibero also faced some government interference in Montelibero city, and maybe Valery will tell us how it impacted the community and maybe reshaped the planning of Montelibero long term.
Yes, not just in MTL city. In MTL city we have 3 construction plots which we can't continue our construction works because of restrictions of government. But I think it will be a solution for this, because now in Montenegro goes process to legalize such constructions and unlegalized houses, but also now government of Montenegro try to make living for foreigners in Montenegro harder, and maybe some people from our community will live also Montenegro. So we, as I told today, we want to change our way to globalization of our community. We want to have our communities on land in different part of the world, and we're working on it.
Yeah, thank you. This is actually one of the ways that such communities can develop to decentralize all over the world, to have physical places in many jurisdictions to make the impact of state lower. And Timur, maybe you will tell us how you work with the long-term planning and with government interference in these plans.
Well, we are lucky enough not to have any government interference because we don't actually have physical presence. Right? All our presence is online. However, there are some events we participate in too, and our long-term planning is we are focused mainly on faith, on philosophy, on fundamental beliefs, on culture, and of course on some predominantly for the moment digital sovereignty ecosystem products. Yeah. So, and of course it will be at some point some presence in space. But I think for us, we have significantly different strategy. So instead of having any tensions with any government, we are rather seeing us to complement the current situation. So if we can make things work in the areas where governments or United Nations organizations failing, that's what we think we are going to have that effort. And in my dream, my idea is that we have to create, out of 8 billion people or 5 billion online people, we have to create a community of, let's say, 50 million people, just 1% of that, with probably 500 million supporters, right? So 1% of online humanity, plus 10% of those who sympathize them, who support them, not necessarily anyhow else from just being morally and participating, just being subscribed and talk about this. So just their time, not money, not anything else. And I think at that point, it will be two different things. One, it will be a framework which will probably be culturally established. And under that framework will be countless amount of communities, society, countries, tribes, whatever, states. Presumably, most of them will be small, and they will be different, but work within one simple framework. And of course, I guess I will participate in the community which will care about that framework. So not telling others how to live apart from that framework, which will be a very simple thing and very much few rules, but for entire civilization. So that's kind of my plan.
Very global plan, thank you. And maybe Sondre, you will share your vision.
Yeah, sure. Liberstad is a permanent generational project. I mean, John moved up there as soon as we bought the property, and he works on it every single day. He has 2 kids living up there. They're also working there. We have some of our project members from the Netherlands. They bought neighboring farm, and doing their own projects. There's 50 families that bought properties there. Most of them leave at winter, but in summertime they're there, so there's a lot more people in the summertime. So in long term, to survive long term, we need to be careful what we're doing now. Obviously we don't care about the government at all, but we are restricting in what we're constructing and building to avoid too much problem. So the most recent problem is that they wanted to give us fines for various things we had done, and to mitigate that we basically cleaned up some of the stuff we've been doing. The barracks we removed a little bit, so that's sort of in short term. We're sort of always replying to some emails or whatever, but they're very slow, and I think as I said many times before, I don't think the politicians really care about us. The problem is that if it comes in the media, whatever, they have to react on it. We don't have much problem with police. We've had police twice up there. One time was just to have a visit, and another was another thing. So we don't really have much issues with the government. Long term, I mean, I'm surprised how slowly it's been going. Right, when we first started it, we had this idea of, oh, it's going to go fast, we're going to get people moving there, maybe we can make other cities in the future. Because it's not the most ideal location, even though it's like a nice location, you can have all the seasons and everything. There's other places where there's more opportunity for more people. But it is like John has dedicated his life to this, I've dedicated my life to this, even though I don't live there permanently. I live here now most of the time. Yeah, I mean, we're building it every single day, but it goes slowly because we're not enough people. But what we have been able to achieve so far with the people we have and the limited resources we have is just amazing. I think it was 2 years ago, a year ago, I said like, everything we've done in Liberstad has cost around $1.6 million or something. And that's less, like I saw a slide here, like one of those building projects was like 1 million, right? So we've done a lot with little resources, but my hope for the future is that more people will come and stay and help us build it. When COVID happened, there was a lot of people who came, right? Much more attention. People were like afraid, and they didn't like that the government was like pushing down on them. But as soon as the restrictions disappeared, those people also just disappeared completely. Like we had people that came there like every month for like meetups and whatever, but all of them just vanished as soon as the restrictions disappeared. So that's unfortunate, but you also don't want too many people who are not, who doesn't have the right faith in a way. Like you need to stay the course in this. You can't be too going in all kinds of directions. So, but I'm very positive about the future, about all these different projects. I really want to visit as many as possible of these free state projects. I want to go to Honduras very soon and visit their projects there. I have been planning on going to Liberland for a very long time, so hopefully I will go there in springtime now.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as I see, the common place for liberty-seeking project is diversification. Either it can be other jurisdictions, or of course diversification to the internet, where government cannot restrict you, or even to the space. And this is where the long-term planning is possible, as we see from the projects. And the next question, you have some long-term plans, short-term plans, but how do you measure success? Do you have some metrics, some numbers maybe? How do you track your projects? How do you understand that it goes the way it must go? Yeah, please.
A metric of success is how many people you attract to the project, but you need to focus on the quality of the people too. We've had some experiences. I think Sondre mentioned, you know, you have to attract people who believe in the project and are dedicated. You want to attract people who are builders, not complainers. We've had people in the settlement who just like to complain about things, and we're not going to get anywhere with them. So you need, it's tough, it's difficult, but you need to attract people who want to be part of it, who are excited about it. I came over from the US to live in Liberland village in Serbia. And one thing that you do, when you do that, it's contagious, and people adopt that enthusiasm too. And we want to get it across to the local communities. That's also a measure of success when you connect with the local community. Like at Ark Village, where I live, we'll have festivals and we will invite the local people. We just had a birthday party there last weekend. We just had a stand-up comedian, a Serbian guy, come last Saturday. We had a biker club come meet at Ark Village, Liberland. 200 bikers out there, and they had a concert. And sometimes when we'll have a concert at our Liberland event, we will invite locals for the concert part for free, and we won't charge them anything. And we had some good, we had a Serbian group called Frajle come and play. It's 2 women and 1 guy. They play great music. They're pretty popular. We had a lot of people come out for that. Several other bands. These cultural events, build cultural capital. And when you see the residents there, and you have enough employees to serve them if they want something to drink or eat, when you see that engagement, that's also a good measure of success, because we need to build bridges with our local communities. Here in Montenegro, I'm sure there's some people who would be very happy to see you guys succeed. Hey, look, they're building a community here, and Montelibero, let's be part of it and include those people as well, and then maybe they can help get the word out to other people. I went to meet with the tourism office in Apatin, and they're, maybe they won't endorse us as being a state, but they do want to bring more people to the region. And they were happy to sit down with me and talk to me about, maybe co-sponsoring an event at the Ark or something like that. So building bridges to local community, attracting builders, more builders, less complainers. Of course, someone's going to complain, but and also a measure of success is doing stuff better than the state can. When you can provide a service more efficiently or at less cost or with more satisfaction than the state, and people actually use it, then that's also a good benchmark of success. So.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Please, Glenn.
So when I started doing the Liberty camps almost 20 years ago, I had a very easy answer for this. To me, success meant reaching more people with the liberal ideas. So it was a numerical goal, sort of. And although that's very important, I soon learned that there's a more powerful measure of success. If you remember that map you saw with 37 countries, more than half of those countries, how do you think we expanded to those countries? The key in each country is to have a local partner who manages and who organizes. More than half of those came from former students. They came to a Liberty camp and they had such a great experience and they were motivated, aggressive people. They came to me later and said, next year you have to come to my country. We have to do a program in my country. And that's very powerful because that means that we multiply. That's leverage. That's not just adding numbers, which is important, but it's specific people who can reproduce something similar in their country 1 time or 2 times or 10 times. That multiplies my effort. That makes me more successful, and it reaches greater numbers of people. At this point, we're working on a new definition, a new outcome maybe. Our idea is we could measure our success by the number of entrepreneurs. We're making our program more focused on identifying and training entrepreneurs. And that's going to be harder to define and probably take longer. We have probably accidentally done that, but we haven't followed up. I don't know what 3,000 students are doing 10 years later. But this is a direction that I see that we go in, is we motivate entrepreneurs to start businesses and make money and then become sponsors. It's that sort of thing. I don't know how, or some of them are motivated to start a free city or to start a new country in their country.
Yeah, students remember their alma mater, right? In the United States, sometimes ex-students donate
Yeah.
to their university or college in an endowment type of situation. Oh, they like a library or something like that.
Yes, and there we run into that's a good comparison, and we run into another cultural challenge
Yeah.
because in the US there's more a tradition of that,
Yeah.
and you don't find in many
Right,
places.
that's right.
Because for most people in most places, education is something free that comes from the government. And the idea of paying yourself, even though you're getting something valuable, this is even for libertarians, this is a hard concept.
Thank you.
Yeah, in Liberstad, I would say the measure of success, there's three things. One is the number of members we have in our membership, because it's paid membership. Anyone can become a member, you just sign up online. It's a small fee. And then the second one is how many people actually live there, residents. And the third one is how many people have started building on their land. We sold land to 125 different families and people. And this year is the first time anyone have built anything there. There was a guy who just joined the community this summer. They purchased land quickly. There's some people who want to sell the land, and we're very open to purchasing the land back because we have plenty of other people who want to join. And he built this construction on his land, and he started living up there. And he built like a construction where he can have a tent on the top, has an RV below it. So he and his wife, they stayed up there on their property multiple times this summer.
That's really big because it shows they're investing.
Yep.
They're investing something, investing time and money.
And finally, the last thing I want to say, I want to mention like Pavel Lupka. Some of you maybe know him. He runs the Hackers Congress in the Czech Republic, or Czechia, what do you call it? And he came up there, I think it was 2 years ago, and he wrote a blog post in their language there. And we actually had people coming up this summer, at least 2, based on his blog post. And that's I think we're very bad at, because we're too busy building like walls and putting down internet connections between our buildings. We're spending time on that instead of outreach to people to show them what we're doing and trying to get people to come. We've had people come and stay with us for a while. There was a woman who came over to us from Liberland. She quit working there and came to Norway. She has some roots in Norway. But unfortunately, she moved on to our other things. So if anyone like to contribute to Liberstad, we'd be very grateful for that. Any type of like marketing, community work, or whatever. We would be super grateful for those things. Because me and John are not marketing people, we're not sales people, we're builders. We don't have time to do anything other than build.
In my opinion, in our Instagram time, the very important metric is how much posts in the social media community have and how many followers and subscribers it has. It's also display that community have what to say to world, and they have activity that produce this content for social media. And I have a question, Igor. Which unusual metric do you suggest for us?
You ask me?
Yeah, unusual.
Well, it's interesting because I'm not a member of any community, which is that's why probably I'm a little bit aside of the table. But I think that main metric for any community is how many people share their value. So probably you don't need to pay attention to number of likes, dislikes, watches, but how many people you reach with your messages, with your idea, your value dissemination. So I think that's probably the top level goal which you may have in your mind, like how many people share our value. So just share your knowledge and share your values. And probably let's count how many people become as good as you, because I believe that you all have a good ideas in mind.
Great. Is it like measurable?
Well, definitely,
By
because
cost.
we all live in one planet, and the more people behave responsibly, behave good, share common values, probably not on a low level, as Timur mentioned today, but on a high level, like being, like, do not, act against anyone or to save nature or whatever, then yeah, I think it could be measure it in quality of our life.
Yeah, thank you.
No, let me tell you as well. So, I can make a parallel with my 20 years experience in anti-aging or health span industry. And 20 years ago, when you would say, you know what, actually I want to live longer. Yeah, I want to create anti-aging pill. People will say, you are insane, you are crazy, you are a stupid idiot, you should kill yourself earlier,
You already
That's
have
what
dementia.
people would say 20 years ago. And I was openly promoting it and, giving public speech and people saying, such a freak. 9 years later, in 2014, the company Google, created California Life Company, Calico, with those goals. Since then, no one would say that I was crazy. And you know what? I feel the same now. It looks like we are mostly freaks who are just, talking about something which is insane and crazy. But guys, you will see, like 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, it will be huge movement. You will be really surprised how many people will do that. And really, I'm now off from anti-aging health span community because I see how many billions are powering into that. How many scientists are there? Like tens of thousands of scientists are working now on rejuvenation pill. Even Putin talking about it with Xi Jinping, yeah? So they want to live 150 years openly. This is like, media now. So I want to say, and you know what? It doesn't matter who will create anti-aging pill or who will create a health span pill, doesn't matter. It will be available for all of us and not at big cost, for sure. And I want to say, it doesn't really matter who will make people feel empowered, whether it will be my community or civilization or any other community, or all together we mutually will make them. But I think the main, indicator of our all mutual success is actually individual empowerment of every individual on this planet. If we will see that people feel more empowered, they feel more sovereign, then we are successful. Because from that feelings of self-sovereignty starts everything. If you think you are sovereign, if you feel that you can make decisions and those decisions will influence the entire planet, then you will see the world will change in a better way.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe our audience has some questions before I ask maybe the last question for today with our guests. Do you have something to say, guys? We're here, yeah. Okay, you can think a little bit. Yeah, please, Costa.
For me, it would be interesting to know from how you know each other already and your previous engagements with one another, and also from what you've learned from each other today, if there's ways that you've been thinking about how to share resources or share networks or share projects and facilitate each other's projects in a way, because I think that is naturally one way to ideally promote this movement, as well as being able to give more energy into the particular project. So it both facilitates the micro and the macro. So I'd be interested if any of you had ideas as you were hearing your peers talk today of what synergies there might be for one another.
Yeah, thanks. Please, speakers.
I'll just mention an idea I've had for many years actually, and when we started building Liberstad, I had communications with Fort Galt in Chile, which came out of Gold Scouts Chile, which failed, and we had an agreement that we're going to give land to them, and they're going to give land to us. So the idea is. I've also spoken to Vit many times and says you just have to come to Liberland and claim your land. Liberstad will get land there. So my goal, and I think this will happen in very short time, in a few years maybe, is that these different communities, we want to build at least a house or a place where people can stay and move between them. Because one of the reasons why I'm here in Montenegro and Montelibero now is because we were invited down here to do a speak at this conference. My friend Daniel and Halvo came down here. I couldn't come down here. Daniel ended up staying here, and Daniel is also one of the reasons why I'm here, right? So he didn't go back to Liberstad again, enjoying it here. But I think it's so super important that we try to get this collaboration between the communities, because these are people who have actually moved to the community already and live there, and they have insight from their community, and it's so good if they can come into another one and stay there for a period and share the experience and everything. So I think that's something we should try to facilitate with each other and open up in a way.
Yeah, in fact, thank you for the question, because it's part of my tomorrow speech about how to join forces, probably not only between different communities, but between all people in the world who, as Timur said, really want to feel self-sovereignty. And in fact, what I learned today from many presentations, I see people who want to, let's say, try to build a small piece of world for themselves and to, let's say, do not touch some government around and to build the ideal world with a small community. But my vision, which I want to present tomorrow, is that we as a people, instead of building independent communities somewhere and please don't touch us, others, and so on, let's better join our forces to rebalance the power between peoples and governments. Let's not try to build something aside, but let's try to change the whole world in a way we want it to be. And independently, with 20 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, you can't do it. But if you engage millions or billions of people in that, if you empower them enough, they really can change it. And in our history, we did it several times. We made a step from slavery to freedom, so now we can make another step. So you're absolutely right with an intention to join in forces of like-minded people, but I think that the goal should be not to join forces of 2 or 3 communities, but to join intentions of millions of people. And I believe it is possible. So yeah, again, small advertisement tomorrow. I'll try to explain it, but the answer to your question is that yes, it should be definitely the goal of all communities.
Yeah, please.
So a key part of our Liberty Camp is workshops. Again, 30, 35 people. We divide them into groups of 5 or 6 every day for 2 or 3 hours. At the end of the day, they work on a project. On the final day, they have to give presentations, and each person must speak, so practice speaking English to a group. And a typical project might be develop a business idea. Now, it's hard to do this in 10 hours, but if it's defined carefully and monitored, we get an idea of who really grasps the concepts and who can we follow up with later, how can we help them longer term. So for next year, I have something that I'm even more excited about. Our workshops are going to be design. Imagine that you're on a planet, a new planet. You're the first ones. And you have to decide. You develop your community. Are you going to start a government? Do you need a government? What do you want it to do? Can you do it without a government? All the key questions that we're talking about. We're going to challenge our students to design. It's kind of a business plan, basically. And how can this work? But we'll find out if they think, well, we have to have a government because we need to provide security or healthcare. Or they have some idea of how to do it privately. And then we can now we can follow up with the most promising plan. Because now I can connect these people with all of you guys. I can say, oh, well, I just visited Montelibero. I haven't yet visited Liberland, but I can talk more about it. I can say, now you should write to these people. You should write to Timur, or you should write to, write to Tom, and to get more information. This has actually been done. There are people actually doing these things. So if you're serious about developing a free society, you don't need to go to the moon yet to do that. You can do it here, and there are people who will help you do that. So that's how I plan to connect all of us.
I have a short answer. We are working on it, and this conference is a proof of this working.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys.
But for me, the synergy is obvious. I think we complement each other, and the key thing is that if we do what we want to do, each of us, we are the great example for others to start to do the same, and finally figure out what is the mutual grounds. And when we will find out the mutual grounds, the fundamental beliefs, then we will start to unite each other. And the strongest projects will get more adopters. So I think every initiative is valuable here, really.
Thanks. Yeah. Has anyone some questions maybe? Because okay, and maybe I have a question from myself. We discussed long-term planning, discussed metrics and synergy, but the real power of all projects is people. And as a libertarian for like 10 years or something, I experienced long periods of burnout because the goal is very, very far away, and you feel sometimes you feel good about it, but sometimes it's really depressed state of mind. And maybe you will share your personal insights. How do you the biggest challenges for you, and how do you make it happen for you to continue working on the project, to continue believing in the future that we all want?
Yes, for me it's just very interesting. It's a very interesting work, very interesting people around me. It's the best what I ever do in my life. That's simple.
Thank you.
Well, I think I can understand you well, and for me, it's like every time I come to Liberstad, I go to Liberstad. Even when I was living in Norway, it's like I forget to have a mobile phone in my pocket. It's the most fantastic nature, and you can work from morning until the night, every single day. You don't get tired because you're building something new and something real. And I think the biggest difference from before, because I've been like I read Ayn Rand, as I mentioned here earlier, when I was pretty young, and then got into Mises very early. So I've been online a lot, and that's why we started Liberstad, because we're tired of discussing online, because it doesn't go anywhere. And I still see a lot of people, they're just spending their time discussing online instead of actually doing something. And I think that's a very good motivating factor, is having a physical presence of things. And I went to Montelibero city with 4 of the people that are here today, just a week ago, and I'm like, I'm so impressed how much had changed. Even though the development had stopped up now, I was so impressed. I'm like, shit, I just need to move in here instead of living in Bar now, because it's developing so fast. I'm so sad that the development has stopped there, but there's so much stuff going on there. And but I'm really interested in sort of starting building there as well, because a couple of years ago it wasn't that much, but it's just going faster and faster, and I think that's it's needed to have more people move in there. So I'm very interested in that now. And yeah, life, things, it goes up and down in life, but for me personally, I'm a software developer, so I take a lot of joy in just developing stuff, creating stuff in the world, and I just try to find stuff that makes me happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, I just stop doing it and go do something else. So that's my advice, just keeping it going. But it's kind of sad to see, like, I know every anarcho-capitalist in Norway, most of them have never visited Liberstad, right? That's sad. It brings me tears sometimes, right? I'm discussing with these people, and we're doing this project, and they've been my friends for 2 decades, and they haven't even bothered coming to visit, right? And they don't spend their money on these projects. Instead, they move to Austria to get away from Bitcoin tax, right? And they're living in Vienna, in cities there, by themselves in apartments, right? And it's sad. It's more sad for them than it is for me, because they could be enjoying life. As you mentioned, like when you come to Liberland, the joy and excitement that you feel when you're living there, and the people that comes there, it's like that fills me with so much joy and gives me so much energy to keep going. But if you're alone, your life deteriorates. You need to be surrounded with like-minded people that loves what you're doing and brings you happiness. And I think that's why I love being here. Like, I wouldn't be Montenegro without Montelibero. That's the main reason why I am here. And yeah, thank you.
Nice.
Okay. Well, how to avoid getting burned out and giving up? Well, you know, in any organization with many people with many responsibilities, there will be times when you're disappointed by someone, why they make a decision that you don't agree with, and you're like, what am I doing? I can't talk reason to these people. In the end, you're responsible for your own actions and your own. You're fighting for freedom, so you're responsible for your fight. Yes, other people can disappoint you. Other people can drop the ball. I can drop the ball and be lazy or something, but you know, in the end, I'm the one who's responsible. And you know, you have to remember that camaraderie, that joy, what lights your fire. Find something new that lights your fire. Find something that rekindles that spirit that animates you. I've never lost it. There's been days where I've been disappointed, like I said, but I've never lost that fire for what we want to do together and make a difference for the future. So think of the future, don't think of the past. Always have some good music playing to help keep you going and bouncing, and good people. It's always good to be around people who share your enthusiasm. So avoid negative people, avoid people who complain all the time, and work with people who lift you up, not bring you down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very inspiring. Thank
Yeah.
you. Someone else? Yeah, please.
Well, for me, I of course I do a lot of things to cope with real life, and so also working with psychologists, etc. And happy to talk about it. But mainly, the key thing is that is humanity hopeless? And if it's hopeless, then no worries, right? But if there is a hope, then I'm effectively in a survival mode. So I have 6 children to take care of, and I want my children to survive and others. And I think as a humanity we have to survive and go through all these extreme conditions we have now. And we may face even way more extreme conditions if we will not do what we are doing now. So for me, it's kind of life and death question. So that's why no room for depression.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess we have the strong message from our guests is get together and never lose fire. So guys, thank you. Yeah.
Can I add a short comment?
Sure.
Some of the greatest experiences I have with my project are at the end of the week, one of the students comes to me and says, "This has been the greatest week of my life. And you taught me new things. You made me think. My life has changed." And then they become an organizer for next year. And next year that will happen in at least 2 new countries. One is Mexico. We'll go for the first time. We have a new organizer in Peru and another new one in Argentina. So we will go to those 3 countries. We will return to Nepal. We have a team of people now in Nepal, and they have registered a nonprofit in Nepal called Language of Liberty Institute. And Moldova, let's go to Moldova. We'll go. I always say yes. And then figure out later how to pay for it. But that motivates me, that keeps me going. Because this year I'm sort of burned out in a way, but now I have new ideas and people saying, well, come on, let's try it, let's do this, let's do something new. And I can't resist that.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the people close to our values are everywhere, and this is really inspiring. And thank you very much for coming to the first day, and everybody is welcome tomorrow to the second day of the festival. Thank you, guys.